Stunned.
Oh no. What do you mean by healed? No. Oh my god. That's wild.
Right. Because I don't have you open. Got him. Or likely been. But I can hear you dying in the background. I'm coming. Are you though?
He is. He's been live for 3 minutes. Everybody can hear everything.
Good. I want to hear.
Hello, humans.
Mr. Birdman. Attorney at call.
Yes, it is I.
A great save.
Oh!
Bingo!
I almost had a bingo. 'Cause Bingo was his name. Oh. I actually don't know that song.
Bingo boy.
Oh damn! What? Honey.
I don't know what you're saying, Cad.
Could you?
What could you possibly mean in that sentence?
Ojima. Bye,
Enjoy.
Cat.
Have a good stream.
Hello guys, how's it going? If you hear some sounds in the background, that's because this is why I'm late, and I will explain shortly. Hello, everybody. So, we're not doing WoW tonight, but I was trying to get something done before stream went off, and as you guys can see, it's really small there, but I have about 28,000, 27,000 health took away here. I should be dead shortly. But essentially, I'm locked in Mortal Kombat with a very gigantic group of flaming crustaceans and cannot get out. So it's why, like, I literally am just waiting on this, because I have no way to extricate my character, and I do not wish to kill this boss. Because this is part of the, like, legendary staff quest that I'm on. And it's really, really annoying. If I kill this boss, I have to wait a whole nother week to gain the benefits of the next part of the quest. So I'm trying not to kill him and trying to die, basically. And it's funny because I already died once before the stream began, but due to a talent that this character has, it healed me, and so now I'm going to be dying again here shortly. Hello, Shortcake. Thank you for the 14. Hope you've been doing good. And let me grab today's sauce for you guys while we wait on the brutal murder to occur. I also got the tweet out, so do me the favor and go give that some love. Here is today's sauce. No, tonight's FGO. Just Alt F4, problem solved? Actually, no, it doesn't solve the problem. It'll take your character something like 15 minutes to disappear. Which at this point, I don't want to risk it somehow messing up the quest. But there you guys go. There's today's sauce. Like I said, my character should be... Did my character heal again? I swear this game, like, it refuses to let my character die. Evil crabs are doing their best. It really feels like that. New loading screen looks great. Yeah, feels that way, right? You can't even see a sliver of my health anymore. It's got about 12,000 still to go. Basically, I think the only one actually hitting me is the boss, which is kind of wild. She got guts, that's why. It did feel like something like that happened. Usually it's something to do with one of my talents, which I don't think it'll heal me again. But just in the off chance that it tries to. Oh, thank God, I'm finally dead. That encounter was, again, I don't know. Oh, yeah, you can't really see it, but down there it basically says that there is no start time. It's actually going to teleport me out. You know what? I'm going to let that happen. I'm going to let that 50 seconds occur, because that way then it won't cause any issues with me trying to get my body back. This is just wild. Like I actually can't believe that this is a thing. Like you can see, yeah, it was basically Bethelak was the only one actually hitting me that whole time. I ran into a fight in an Atelier game where I couldn't kill the boss and the boss couldn't kill me. Yeah, so like I could kill that boss. I don't want to kill that boss because that boss will brick my quest line. But yeah, we're gonna get started here with FGO. Let me get my phone plugged in. Just things you don't expect to make you late for stream. Oh, ooh, hold on, chat. Let me be right back. I gotta grab my charger because I took it to work today. Okay. Where the heck is my body? Huh? Okay, I think my character's just alive. That's perfectly fine. I can't even complain about any of that. Okay, so got that. Blip. Blip. Is that gonna come on? There we go. Looks like it is. Okay. So now we can actually get started with this. Again, apologies for the brief WoW interlude. I know how some of the FGO community feels, so like the second you see any other game other than FGO, you're gonna run. So those people will probably not come back to stream, which is fucking hilarious to me. But it is what it is. But yeah, we're basically gonna be grinding the Lotto some today. We're gonna be talking about the new units and showing you guys the new event. Let me get my AP down here on NA. That shouldn't be too difficult. I am still doing the 90 plus. The 90 plus at 6 slot. I actually did get a drop, but I've only gotten the one. Granted, I actually haven't been grinding that much. I think I'm still only at about like, I think I'm like somewhere like north of 210 boxes. Like, so I've like, once I got to 200, I've kind of been phoning it in on this round. And that's mostly because like I want to leave something to grind in the final round, I guess. Like I told myself I was just going to be done when I was done, but I was like, the materials here are just such utter crap that like I don't actually want to like farm on this if possible. So I'll probably like chat, do we know when the next round starts? Like I don't know off the top of my head since I'm in a node. Is it like Friday or something when we get the next one? I've accepted to just 5 slot the node at this point. Yeah, and that's what I'll always tell you guys. Like, if you can't 6 slot it, it's not the end of the world. Just go with 5 slot. That's kind of how the node is intended to be done. People that can 6 slot a node are usually going like above and beyond the call. In like one day after this reset. Yeah, so if tonight is Wednesday night and it resets tonight, then it would be Thursday night's reset. So basically Friday at that point. Yeah. But it is what it is. Command code help? What do you need command code help for? Time to get hit by spoopy curses? I see your spoopy curses. I delete your spoopy curses. Hello, Fox. Is the most 5 slot of all 5 slot nodes. I'm not going to say it's like the only one, right? There are others that are too, but this one is particularly bad. Yeah, so there you guys go. You guys can see. So I am just north of 220 boxes. So essentially 120 is 200. 126, so aka another 6,000 is 210. I've already opened 10, so therefore 220. So yeah, if my goal is like 300-ish for this lotto, I'm well on pace and doing fine. And there you guys go. You guys can see I am actually capped out. Like, unironically, right? So at that point, it's kind of proof that I have not actually really been grinding that much. Like, I think I did grind some this morning, but that was it. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I can't see the YouTube side of people here real quick. Let me reboot the bot. While it's rebooting, let me read YouTube side. Quite hyped for Tut and Van Gogh. Nice. And hello. Yeah, so I've taken to calling, as you guys know, King Tut, aka Tutankhamun. I've taken to calling him Rare Fart. Because he is an uncommon toot. Five slotted at 95 boxes reached. Nice. How much I actually care about more lotto boxes than little bells? Yeah, I mean, like, this sort of thing definitely depends on, like, how much you stand to gain from a lotto box individually. More veteran players are not going to have nearly as much out of this lotto. Newer players still have a lot to be gained. So he's pretty bad? I didn't say that. It's based purely off of his name. And I like Tot more than Tut, I see. I need caster gems and QP, understandable. We have a new Goghie, we have a new Goghie. Okay, bot's logging in now. Trying to keep an eye on both chats at the same time, which is very difficult for me to do. Let's not press that as well as grind. What's up, CZ? How's it going? I thought that was autocorrect messing with your message, Cad. No. Like, the very second I woke up and I was like, who is it? Tutankhamun? And I was like, Rare Fart. Because that's what he is. Yeah, we have AoE Lancer Van Gogh. And single target Arts Archer Rare Fart. Rare Fart's got an interesting kit. We'll go over it. There's some problems with it. I say problems. They're easily dealable, but like it is going to require you to change strategies. You're not going to just Black Grail loop with them most of the time for reasons. How's it going, JC? How's that? Oh, we got another drop. Let's go. Look at that luck. That streamer luck. Okay. So far, Vang is pretty nice to use. Vang. Oh, Van Gogh. Goghie still has foreigner passes, so she works with OG. Oh yeah, I mean, like normally any unit that's a foreigner does not lose that. I feel like, at least if they're in an alternate variant or something. But I don't know. It's definitely an interesting thing because there's certain units out there that have it that, like, I guess they're not technically foreigners, but they are. They're a foreigner in all but class assignment. I hit 4 MLBs today. Congrats. Yeah, I'm still on my like 3 MLBs. Like my drops have still not been very good. So it is what it is. Like I fully anticipate at this point that I'll probably hit my 300 boxes without capping out on currency, like efficiency, and I'm just like, if that happens, it happens. I don't care. Like it sucks, if only because it just means that I could have been that much more efficient and been done faster, but it's no skin off my back if I don't have, 5 MLB copies of a given craft essence. Did 40 tickets for Charlie, got 6 roll-ins, went from NP3 to 5. Nice. I can see people play around in 3 times Goghie comps for CQs. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the beautiful part about, like, having, like, say, a summer variant of an original, right? Like, you just have this capacity where you're like, hey, I really like this character / unit. I'm just going to, like, make it the entire composition. I've done that with Lartoria, for instance, so it's like, it's a thing. And it's always nice to be able to do that. Six gold sabers and none of them are Charlie. Well, I understand that's still only 40 tickets, right? So Gouda is canceled? I wouldn't say that. I already told you guys the other day how they could do Gouda. We do the extra MLB Lotto Cs after Lotto. Well, that's kind of the point, right? Like, my advice to you guys would be to keep them, especially given what happened on JP, right? Like, when we get a Lotto brought back, that's your sign for, hey, maybe don't get rid of those just in case that ever happens again. Like, basically, as long as you have the CE space, try not to get rid of, like, powerful Cs like that, especially if they're rare. Like, aka, like, gacha limited and stuff. For instance, you guys will see one of the best craft essences to use with Tut and Goghie is an old event craft essence. Actually, it's an old, I believe it's an old Lotto damage craft essence. So, like, yeah, I mean, like, you could get rid of it in theory, but then, at some point in the future, you might go like, oh shit, this is actually useful. So I encourage you guys, because FGO is somewhat of a collector game, to be a pack rat. Don't get rid of stuff you don't need to. Don't tell me Tut will be part of the Gouda gang. I mean, that could certainly happen, but no, I don't believe this is a Gouda event at the current point in time. Daiko Kuten approves, yes. We know Avenger Nobu is in the event. We know Avenger Nobu is a bonus unit that may or may not appear in the event. Remember, they always give you the disclaimer of these units may or may not actually appear in the story. Because a lot of the time they just put units on bonus who they think deserve it. It's a Minecraft event? Yeah. Artoria craft? I wish we were crafting an Artoria. Expect shenanigans? So you say expect shenanigans, I say expect foreigners. That's like my takeaway from Imaginary Scramble is it was all foreigners. So in that regard, the fact that you already have Van Gogh as the welfare is like, Also, the fact that we don't know rare farts like basically like third and final ascension. So because that's being closely guarded, I assume it's going to be some sort of eldritch horror. Feels like a late Halloween from the Scramble Rider. Yeah, it may be. And go as welfare? Yes. Also, did I popped an apple for this, didn't I, chat? Shit. Walked away only using free sync courts. That's not bad, Sleepy. Do you think they should make him a dual type where he can change between archer and foreigner class? No. at least because, like, as it stands right now, there's nothing to indicate that that should be the case, right? Like, could it be? Maybe. We'll see, right? Like, but I'll just respectfully decline that until we get to see like what other options we have, right? Like until they actually like give him some story and so on, it's kind of difficult to actually say. I'm stuck 6-slotting the 90 plus. Oh, it's all good. Like I said, chat, don't feel bad if you can't 6-slot the plus plus, right? Like there's going to be plenty of nodes that like, you know, even me, I'm sitting here 6-slotting right now. There's going to be plenty of nodes that I won't be able to. Like I'm able to do this because I have a fucking broken ass Squirtoria, right? Like if I didn't, could I still do it? Yes, but I would still need a robust Squirtoria for that to be the case. And then it's like, what if you don't even have the Squirtoria? It's like, that makes it a lot harder. I'm not saying you can't 6-slot it, but there's going to be like considerations that need to be met. And it's usually going to require the person to have quite a bit of NP levels on units. That's usually the takeaway. Just happy Tut's finally an FGO. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I was sitting there thinking, I was like, you know, he probably shouldn't be because Tut's technically nobody that's like Egyptian, like lore wise, not actually that like famous of a pharaoh, but he is famous to modern history, and that alone warrants it, right? So it is interesting to see what their take on that will be. She is swimming, yes. Stick to the Brendan Fraser version, right? I'm not mad I got 4 Squirtorias trying to roll for MLB Marines. I mean, like I said, Squirtoria has always been a powerful unit in this game. And this is why, like, people will sit there and they'll argue that, like, Squirtoria doesn't deserve an upgrade, right? Like, in that regard, they're not wrong. Squirtoria is still good and strong. My counter to this, as always, has... What? It must have thought I accidentally touched that. I plan to do these, but not until I get my farming done. So they're very likely to be a next week sort of thing. He was one of the only Egyptian pharaohs whose tomb was totally intact. Yep. Like I said, it made waves when Tut's tomb was uncovered. But no, this is an interesting event to say the least. So you guys can see there's your depiction of both servants. I'm not entirely certain what these are, chat. Does anyone know? Is this like a acceleration thing? Toolbox thing? Yeah. It's acceleration? Okay. Which probably means that I just accelerated that right there. It's weird that they make you like have to cancel out of it. Here, I'll turn on the sound here for a second.
ちょっぴりお時間いただきますが、任務の空き時間にいいものを作っちゃいますよ。クラッシュ&クラフト。マイナーの本領お見せします。お知らせ確認。よし。最新の情報をいっぱい食べて、今日も一日ご安全に。ちょっぴりお時間いただきますが、ちょっぴりお時間いただきますが、任務の空き時間にいいものを作っちゃいますよ。お知らせ確認。よし。最新の情報をちょっぴりお時間いただきますが、任務の空き時間にいいもの。
Okay. I think that's all her lines. Looks like, oh, that's interesting because I got one of these from like almost immediately doing the event. So it looks like you have to get the other three from the actual shop itself, which is probably one of the better things to buy. But we have shop craft essences, which I'm not sure what these do. I assume they're drop bonus because there's no like there's no like ladder. So this does appear to be at least a time gated infinite farm. And when I say infinite, I mean like there's technically no limit other than time. Like okay, the fandom website is still hot garbage. Good to know. Actually, that may be a problem. I may not be able to review the two off of fandom tonight. Starts battle with 50% increased MP gain, 5% increased critical damage, and starting charge. Feels good. 50% starting charge, 20% MP gain, and 10% crit damage. It's not bad. Is it split? Nope, it's all attack scaling. That's actually okay. Pretty decent hybrid. So it increased the drop rate of craft wood, craft stone, and craft metal. So yeah, those are the materials that you use to actually like kind of do the shop here. It's these things, right? So in that regard, it looks like grabbing those craft essences is going to improve how much materials you get out of the event, not how much shop mat you get, because shop mats are going to be the gacha, I assume. It's also a damage C. Yes, that it is. 100% base and 200% at MLB. So we will go ahead and grab one of those. That way I just have it. Finally a C that does both. Yeah. Well, at least it seems like they figured out that, like, it's a lot easier if they just kind of make a wombo combo C like that for the purposes of the event, rather than having to have multiple different craft essences, right? Because I would roll for the cuteness, yeah. Well, they a lot of the time do this stuff, so here's your actual story. I can't touch it, I assume, until probably tomorrow. And then here are your actual nodes. To a degree, this reminds me a little bit of the Oku event. I don't know if there's going to be, like... I don't know if there's going to end up being, how do I put it? Like more floors or something like that. No, we have not had Guda Guda yet. Jesus. We have not had Guda Guda. We have not had a Lotto. We have not had Christmas. It's theoretically possible they could combine like two of those things. That's a lot of Mystic codes, so I'm not gonna touch, or not Mystic codes, command codes, so I'm not gonna touch that. Oh, a golden Kappa train happened in the channel, and I totally missed it. So the two people that that gifted subs got the golden Kappa, and no one else did. Tez, thank you for the follow. Am I going to roll? No, I probably will not roll for Tutankhamun, but that's because again, I have a like NP5 Squirtoria on JP, so with regards to refund, she is wholly better than him. He has charge on her, obviously. That's like one of his main things. But damage wise, I think I'm confident in my Squirtoria's damage output. This should be the... Let me see if the person has it also on their Koyan Chihuahua. They do. Do I have... This can work, but I have to be a butt about this. And I basically got to invert that. That should be fun. Kat, did you watch the Warcraft Direct today? I did not. I totally forgot it was a thing. I did see the roadmap that they announced, and I did see the teaser that they did for housing, though. Okay, so we're gonna do that basically with single Kayanskaya. I was gonna loop this with Zenobia, but I'd have to set up a whole nother team comp. And I am lazy. Got him in P7 today, accidentally while rolling for the craft essences. Jesus. You talking about Tut? Holy hell. This is also why I tell you guys not to roll for craft essences. At least, like, not unless it's like some big meta CE. Usually the concept of rolling for CE so that you can be more efficient in an event is kind of a like an oxymoron a little bit, because it's like if you try to roll for more craft essences, you spend quartz. However, in theory, if you just didn't take those craft essences and you went craft essence less, but then you somehow didn't complete the event at, you know, like within the allotted AP amount, you could have in theory just popped a quartz to give you more, like assuming you also don't have apples, right? You could pop a quartz to get you more AP. So therefore the quartz spent on popping, you know, like as if it were a rainbow apple at that point, is actually more efficient than if you know, literally sat there and threw an entire multi at the gacha. Because you're probably only going to need like 2 to 3 quartz or something at that point to actually finish off your completion of the shop. So it ends up being a like really weird sort of issue. This is also why I maintain that most of the time people that are rolling for quote-unquote craft essences are low-key doing it because they desire the units anyways. Whether or not they wish to admit it. Your fake summer Chiome will? Damn, burning. Cheeky 10 pull for CE. Got Moon Cancer and Otaku Stone statue. Oh. I still have not been graced by the Otaku Stone statue. So I've been very lucky in that regard. It also looks like at some point JP really upped the amount of friends, because I feel like it used to be at like 120, like 3 or something. And now all of a sudden I look up and it's like, this shit's at 140. I'm like, holy crap. I have like 40 friend slots available on my JP account. I don't know what they did, but I guess I just wasn't paying close attention to that. Was very surprised to see old bosses in Dante's new interlude. Made me fail. Ah, yes. Dante's interlude is it's a thing. To say it in the least, it is a thing. So this is another conundrum, is like, do I take the currency craft essence from the shop in order to get myself more currency to get myself more resources, or do I take a shop CE to allow me to, you know, get stuff out of the shop faster? And I think usually this is how I approach it, chat. Early in an event, I will take the shop CE so that I can get the rest of the craft essences copies out of the shop. Then I will take that craft essence and use that. So for now, I will probably try to fish for a gold CE, but nobody's got it on their coin at the moment. This interlude is a classic experience. It is an experience, I will grant you that. Oh, there we go. Dragonborn got me. MLB at that. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to like memorize the fact that this is in this order purely because I don't have my Ishtar's Append maxed. Again, it's doable without it. She's a 50% unit, and this is one of the advantages of using a 50% unit is that they're a little bit more flexible when it comes to append usage, or again have the capability of being able to start from a like 30% vantage starting point. Normally that doesn't come up. Like whenever we have a choice of craft essences, we usually use one of the really good 50% Cs. But the second you get in an event where the, you know, event C has charge on it, all of a sudden you end up in a scenario where you don't have that craft essence MLB right away. And then as a result of that, you have a scenario where you are at 30% starting charge, and it is still technically the most efficient thing. That's where your 50% charges really shine through. Has Cat done any EQs yet? I have not. I have not touched them, and like I was saying, I'll probably do them next week, because this current week I'm going to be focused on farming. I will be looking forward to getting round 3 and kind of mopping up the last bit of requirements that I have for farming. And then what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to finish that farm, open my boxes, and kind of see where I land, because I have units that need to be worked on that I kind of like let build up, because again, you know, where a lot of other people were like, oh shit, I'm running out of QP. I knew that was coming and purposefully abstained from leveling and skilling certain units because I knew I didn't need them right away. So that will be like kind of mission number 1 is dealing with them. And then kind of like hoarding embers a little bit / using them on my on my MHX to get her to 120. Is 100 boxes a good number? 100 boxes usually what I tell people, like in general, especially if it's like your first Lotto, that's a good number. If you're someone that's a little bit more veteran, you can certainly try to do more, but 100 is still good, right? Like 100's, and the reason I tell people 100 a lot of the time is 100 is the point where, like, if you at least do that, you should feel some sort of improvement on your account. Like, you will get, you know, probably multiple units up and online from that. You'll get to work on people's skills, maybe their appends and so on and whatnot. So like once you've done 100 boxes, you will actually feel the benefit of that pretty directly, as opposed to like, let's say you only did like 10 or 20 boxes. Yeah, there is some benefit to it, but you're like, we're talking, you might level a unit like a couple levels, not even like all the way at that point. So it's way less like capable of being felt at that box amount. That's why, like, again, doing something like 100, you're going to feel it a little bit more. And then obviously the more you do, the more you're going to feel it. Though there is a weird point, like with my account, where everybody's kind of leveled up already. So I don't really feel how many boxes I do anymore, because it's difficult for me to actually like turn the currencies and various materials in the boxes into anything. Before her banner was gone, I completely my reason of staying in an FGO. I NP5 as free to play Melt after like 8 years of playing. Nice. Changed Append 3 for Append 4. Now she's level 114. When she hits level 120, I'll use faux pas on all of her cards. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from using the faux pause right now if you want, but yeah, no, like, so that was the other thing. I did forget about that. We basically got the append swap today. I haven't used it, and if you guys want, I can go use it with you guys right now, because that is a thing that needs to be done. So here it is. This is your append exchange, and basically this is going to allow us to switch. Now, let me look at the write-up that Avalon sent me at like 4 in the morning, because I just want to make sure that I don't say something that I shouldn't hear. Yeah, okay, so you can switch append skills by locking one and unlocking another. It'll retain the levels that you put into the skill. You can switch levels between 2 unlocked append skills. For instance, switching a level 10 mana loading with a level 1 cooldown reduction. The feature does not have a limited number of uses, which I gotta be honest, I am extremely surprised about that. And the reason that I'm extremely surprised about this, chat, you don't need to care about your appends anymore. Like, as long as you have like leveled up like 1 or 2 appends, you don't need to care. Why? Because let's say there was a scenario where all of a sudden on Artoria, like you had the first and second append and you're like, oh man, I actually needed the 2nd and 5th append. You're just going to switch. And then let's say you're like, okay, but now I'm in this other node and I need that 1st append again. You're going to switch right back. Like, this will result in people meta switching some. And I'm okay with that. I'm surprised the devs are okay with that. I'm surprised the devs didn't put some kind of limitation on this that allows you to not just immediately flip-flop back and forth based off whatever node or whatever you're fighting. That's like kind of wild to me that they just gave you no holds barred at that point. Though I do understand that it's probably a thing where like they probably how do I put it? Like they probably knew that this is something that they shouldn't be stingy on, because if they're stingy on it, it's just going to create more animosity. And I think that's something they're desperately trying to prevent at this point in time. I think they need to be trying to make the game as positive and like awesome as possible at the current moment. So they're not really going to want to like put limitations on the players, which is a good thing for us, right? Like it means that, you know, stuff like this, they're going to be a little bit more generous than I would have otherwise expected them to be. Justice for Summer Okitan? Yes, we will be able to do Summer Okitan. Same thing here. I will be able to move other ones around. But yeah, this is basically telling you you can switch essentially that. So basically, and this is the little like thing that Avalon sent me. I assume it's from their actual news bulletin, right? But so like what they're trying to tell you is that you can kind of sit here and you can say, hey, I have this unlocked append, but I wish to unlock another append. And you can do that and it'll relock the one that you had and unlock the new one. Simultaneously, you can go like, hey, this one's level 3 and this one's level 1, but I want that other one to be level 3 and that other one to be level 1. So you can flip-flop the levels if you want. So it's nice. It's good that they do this. And like I said, this just gives the players more options. So please don't take this as like me complaining about this. It's more like me being shocked that the devs actually like didn't put a hard limiter on us. They're literally just going to let us do whatever the hell we want, which is astounding to me. But yeah. So for those of you guys that were around for my original Okitan Saber rolls on JP, I did a dumb when I originally was unlocking her. So I only had NP1 of her. I didn't have the coins really to do much of anything else. And so the problem that I ran into very quickly was, oh, like I need to unlock her append finally. I finally I bond grinded her up to bond 6 so that I could get the charging append unlocked. And then in a moment of distraction on stream, I ended up pressing the first one instead of the second, which is objectively the worst of her original 3 appends. Her extra attack finesse is perfectly fine. It's not a bad append. It's just her second append, her mana loading one, will literally allow her to work quite easily from a 0% starting charge standpoint. So you really want that one. And then if you had to choose a second one, you're probably going to choose her third append because her third append is anti-berserker. So the fact that I accidentally messed up and got the first one here was, you know, quite literally the worst possible thing I could have done in that regard. So let's see how it works. You know what? I want to do that backwards instead, because I don't know if I did that in the wrong order or something. Okay, so it's saying what I assume to be is like, hey, I'm going to unlock this one and lock the other one. Yeah, you can kind of see it. So it's like, this is level 1 and it's going to go to the locked state. This is the locked state. This is going to go to level 1. So boom, just like that. Doesn't cost me anything. And essentially, as chat can see here, if I wanted to, I can go right back. So there is no limitation to it. It's totally free. It does not cost me anything, which is, like I said, this is going to result in some funniness because, yeah, let's take Okitan, for instance. I need her mana loading, but what if all of a sudden I'm in an event and that event has like a starting charge sheet? Well, I need the mana loading a lot less than in that circumstance. But then let's say there's a node that has berserkers in it. I'm going to switch to the more advantageous third append. So it's going to be useful for you to still know what your units appends are, but this is a like what the actual F type scenario where like I said, I'm surprised they didn't limit us, because it's going to result in people basically hot swapping, people meta swapping to whatever it is that they want to use for that current node. And yeah, that's going to give us a little bit of free reign in that regard. There's another unit down here I know as well that I should probably switch the append for. And that's going to be a certain Moon Cancer. So with the Moon Cancer at the time, again, you know, Arcuid, the first 3 appends are kind of a toss-up. None of them actually really matter for her. You can basically say, hey, maybe there's a scenario where, like I was using Arcuid on an A, where I kind of, you know, scrounge up enough charge with the mana loading, and then, you know, on the follow-up turn, pop her charge skill, and she handles 2 of the waves. But that's not the most common scenario. And as we all know, one of the better ones for Arcuid at this point is quite literally her 5th append. So that is what we will be switching to, is that 5th append. This is going to allow her to operate in a double Koyanskaya setup. It's going to allow her to get a 3rd support in there that's actually good and powerful, rather than being stuck using something like Atlas or having to plug and use somebody like Ibuki or somebody else that has cooldown reduction. So this is a much, much better scenario and setup for her. And it's why, again, you know, like having this ability to be able to switch the appends is really nice. If you ask me, this is a feature that probably should have been in at launch of the appends. I think I'm not alone amongst people that has maybe like messed up an append somehow. And so having the ability to undo this is really, really nice. And now I have another hot take for them. I think they should allow this with Grails. I do think there should be a limitation on Grails. You should not just be able to like meta swap as you wish. But I do believe you should have the ability to extricate a Grail off of a unit if you feel like you wasted it, or you know, again, like made a mistake somehow, like maybe you clicked all the way through while leveling and, you know, happened to go through and like you were just watching something with your friends, and because you weren't paying attention, you went right into the Palingenesis menu and then accidentally hit OK, and like all of a sudden now a 1-star Lancer on your account just happens to be grailed up to 70, and you're like, what the hell did I do? And then you're like, should I cover this up or should I inform my chat? And you ultimately decide that the truth is probably better, even though it's going to allow your chat to make fun of you. So like this can happen to literally anybody, and it's exactly why I think like they should allow that sort of thing, even in the case of something like Grails. And, you know, I'm making fun of myself at this point, but like quite literally, like, let's say you're not me. Let's say you're just somebody that was really new to the game and you heard about like how great Herc was and you slapped a Grail on Herc. There's nothing wrong with that, but maybe you just go like, man, I don't really care. Like, you know, now that I've got like a more robust account years later, I never used my Herc. You know, I grailed him for gameplay back in the day, but he's not one of my favorites. And you go like, you know, oh man, I wish I could have that Grail back so that I could put that on someone else. That's why I feel like that should be a thing, right? Like it should be a thing for everybody, regardless of the reasons. If they have any form of Grail regret, they should be able to probably move it. TLDR, don't get distracted grailing, unlocking appends. That's true. And no, I mean, to be fair, right? Like, it's a problem that sort of thing can happen, and that basically there is no way of undoing it, right? Like, it's not like you can be like, hey, yo, FGO support, can you please like undo this thing? FGO support's going to tell you to go take a hike. They're not going to care. So it's like there's no mechanism by which you can resolve a mistake to that degree. And that's where I think it's usually going to be a better thing. It's not like there's an undo button or anything like that. Lore rollback win. I think lores are way less important, only because there are way more of them. They are a limited resource, don't get me wrong, but lores tend to come around a lot more often, and you tend to have a lot of easier access to them over time. So to me, it's way less of an issue on lores, because the alternative is just like, oh, well, I wanted my lore to be on this thing instead. It's like, okay, just get another. Like that's not a huge deal. I do understand you can kind of make that claim with Grails nowadays. However, I will say Grails are at least historically a much more limited resource. Nowadays, I think that's a little bit up for debate, but I have never mistakenly grailed someone. Listen, those are big words for someone within fat finger distance. Okay? Like you can sit there and you can say you've never mistakenly done anything until you do. So you can choose to be an asshole about it, or, and hear me out on this, we can choose to be kind and considerate to everybody that may have made a mistake, regardless of whether or not that mistake was physical or mental, right? Like, that is to say, they fat fingered it, or they basically just, like, at the time thought that was a good move and now regret it. Thoughts on being able to fix gold foes? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to something like that. I think, like, gold foes, due to the fact that they are foes and you have to do them like 20 at a time, I think there's like at least a little bit more of a like, well, you know, you could have just at some point decided to like start doing it on the other units instead. But no, I think they're equally pretty limited, right? Like, you know, most people in the game at this point probably only have like if you've been playing since gold foes came out, even then most people probably only have like 6 or 7 units gold foed. I'm sure it's more on the JP side, but at least here on NA. So it's like I'm just now getting around to gold foeing my MHXA, for instance. So I've now gone pretty much all the way from one side to the other. Okay, so it's probably like 8 to 9 right now, right? But if you're someone that's newer, that's going to be way less of a number. We do have a lot of gold foes coming in the future, which is a nice thing. There is a like big dump of them that's going to happen next year. But yeah, I like, in general, I think there should be a way to undo most of the like rare, limited, you know, mechanisms that you don't get a lot of them. You do a full level reset on any unit and get refunded on all resources. I guess that probably depends on whether or not like there's some legal issues with a direct copy like that. But if we're just entertaining the idea of what do I think about FGO allowing something like that, I got no problem with it. Like I said, I think this is where when people complain about FGO's like UI and stuff, I don't really take issue with the aesthetic design like some people do. Some people go unhinged about the actual looks of the game, and I'm like, if you go unhinged about the actual looks of the game, you're probably not a Fate fan. And that's just the unfortunate truth that I'd point out. But if you're upset over the UI not having, like, say, a better design, not having more, like, functionality, that I think is a legitimate complaint. And I do think that there should be, you know, some more bells and whistles and stuff like that. So, like I said, I think the ability to allow for append swapping is something that probably should have come in with the append skills. I do get that these sort of things maybe manifest after the fact, where they unleash it to the community and they go like, oh yeah, maybe there is a need for this. But I do think this is something that they should have been working on before, and it should not have taken the entire community getting angry at them for them to implement this, right? This should have been, and to be fair, I've said this before, I do think that the developers low-key were planning to do all of this to begin with anyways. People sit there and they insist that no, that's not the case, and I'm like, there's so many signs that kind of point to it, where they immediately, like within 24 hours, knew what the fix was and announced the fix. And simultaneously, this insistence that we remain at Bond 15 as our cap. And then, oh, lo and behold, here comes this coin fix that works like perfectly as long as Bond 15 is the cap. It starts to make a lot more sense when you look at it from those perspectives. I'm not saying that they planned for everybody to get angry. I don't think that was the case. I'm sure some of the developers probably knew that if they released the fourth and the fifth append in this current state, that people were going to get upset. But I think it was probably one of those things where, you know, maybe the order came down from on high and they were kind of forced to do it. So they ended up doing the fourth and the fifth append, probably because the, you know, higher ups go like, hey, this will make us more money. And then everyone gets upset and they go like, okay, it's time to announce these changes that we had coming to the system. Whereas from our perspective, the changes should have occurred first before the fourth and the fifth append. For whatever reason, it didn't. And now instead we are getting the changes now after the fact, but the changes probably were in the works regardless. Took them long enough in an angry mob. Yeah, exactly. Like nobody. Again, I hate that we as like gamers have to get upset about things, but there are things that like, you know, I know a lot of people don't like advocacy and stuff like that in video games and stuff. They don't like communities to like really band together and get up in arms because they're just like, oh, everyone's complaining about this. This is so stupid. Like, but it is necessary at times. There are points where if you let a developer, if you let a publisher get away with murder, it's only going to hurt the thing that you love, which is the game. So there's a point where you have to keep them honest. There's a point where you have to get upset with them and you have to make your voice heard. For every player, that's going to be at a different point. For every player, that's going to be a different issue. But it is important to speak your mind. And this is why, like, I don't get upset over people complaining as long as they're doing it constructively. I think if you're going to say, like, hey, so for instance, I can sit here and say, yes, we should have had this before. That sucks. But this system is good. Let's expand it. Let's make it available to more things. That's constructive feedback, right? I think it's time for them to start looking into stuff like this. The community has had certain QOL desires for years now that have gone unmet. I think it's time for the developers to actually start listening to those. Not every single one, because you're going to see some weird ones get thrown out. There are things that we already know that the devs have stated that they won't do. But I do think there's certain things like, for instance, one of my pet peeves is the FP rolling. That's something that's got to get addressed sooner rather than later. And yet the devs have not even mentioned it. So I think that's something that's actually hurting their game. It's making people not want to like literally embark with the FP rolling and deal with that entire system of Grail casting. And so that becomes a problem. And I don't think either they're not aware of it or they're aware of it, but it's not high enough priority. So that's where, like, if people complain, it will let them know that it's a higher priority. Now, I'm not sitting here trying to whip all of you into a fervor and saying everybody should now start complaining about this next thing. No, I'm just saying that if we want the change to occur, we have to basically let our voices be heard and do that stuff. Obviously, I want it. I'm outspoken about it, but I don't expect everybody to be up in arms with me alongside of that, right? So, again, I think that's just something where it's like, you know, me as a content creator, I'm going to bring these sorts of things up, but there's no guarantee that it's ever becomes a hot button issue in the community. And if it does, then I accept responsibility for being the one to bring it up. But if it doesn't, then it is what it is, right? Like, and I'll just assume that it will not be a hot button issue and the community doesn't care as much as I do until circumstances change. Right? Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Is like I'm not calling for them to really go like ape shit with this stuff. Nor am I calling on you guys to really go ape shit with it either. But I do think this is something that we've kind of seen here. So like if I have a criticism about this scenario with the append exchange and really like the updates that had to occur, it's one that it should not have taken us getting to that point. This should have been an obvious thing to the developers that they shouldn't have done the fourth and the fifth append first. And two is that now that they've done it, they should try to, expand it. But the takeaway that I get from this, because like they sat there and they said like, you know, oh, please be patient with us. It's going to take us a couple months. It shouldn't. Now, that's a like difficult statement to make, because then people are going to go, what do you mean, CAD? Are you not being fair to the developers? Or like, oh, CAD doesn't understand how long game development takes. I do. The point that I'm actually making is I understand how long game development takes. But what this shows, that it took them months to do a simple UI change, which, don't get me wrong, they do have to test. They have to make sure is accurate, and it's something that they have to like code in, obviously. I'm not saying there's not work involved with it. But the fact that it took them several months and they were asking for patience on our behalf kind of reeks like they don't have enough people to actually work on it. And that sounds like a problem, because they already said like, oh, those people already have their hands full with other projects. And I'm going like, are we like operating on a skeleton crew? That's what's concerning for me. And that's what I take away from this set of circumstances yet again, is that like, yeah, for whatever reason, Lasingle's development staff, while it does have a lot of people, it's still seemingly not enough for a game of this caliber, a game of this size, that like it really does feel like they're trying to do the best they possibly can with the smallest amount of people they possibly can. Lasingle did just have a hiring fair for engineers today. Yeah, and that's like, I think that's been an issue for them, is hiring new people. And this just kind of, this whole scenario proves to me that regardless of what they've been doing, there's still some issues with like the overall size of the staff and maybe, you know, the training level of them at this point. So like maybe they've hired more people, but they're not trained up enough yet to be able to handle projects like this. I couldn't tell you. So it is something that I've noticed. I, again, you know, just hope that these sorts of things go away and they're not a problem. I hope that one day instead they go like, hey, yeah, like we have to make this change. There's this bug or something. And like they just immediately fix it. Like that would be great. I'm not saying like, obviously you got to give them like 24 hours, right, chat? But like, I'm saying like it's something that is fixed within a reasonable time and not like, see you next year type deal. Like, for instance, and I'm going to point this out, we got the Append exchange. We got the new coins for like our existing units and the changes to their bond levels. We have not gotten the coins for all of the grails that we had printed and the potential there. So that's still one more thing from this whole debacle that has not been done, where the timer's still ticking on that one. So do we not have multiple people working on this? Or is it the case that like now that the group has done this change, they now have to start working on the next thing here? Like I said, it seems like there's not like multiple teams if that's the case. So I don't know. But it is weird in that regard. And I'm going to say this too. While I can sit here and I can, you know, give them praise for this system being a good system, we probably shouldn't praise them for it. Out of everything that the developers have done, out of every quality of life that they've done, they should get zero credit for this one. Why? This is an apology. They get credit for fulfilling the apology. They do not get credit for, oh, this system's so cool. I've gone above and beyond, you know, for my players. No, they don't get anything like that because this is their makeup, right? So in that regard, this is something where, yeah, it's like it's okay to appreciate the body of work, but at the end of the day, this is a we're okay, now we're square type thing, right? You're not ahead, you're now even to where you should have been. And again, you know, technically they're still not even that because there's still one thing we're still missing. You might give us blank coins or something now. No, I don't think you're gonna see that. So you guys have heard my coin theories over the years. I don't have those theories anymore. They're gone. They're done. With the dev statements about Bond 15, with the 4th and the 5th append being in the game, that theory is confirmed now, and it's there. So the one problem has always been the coin issue. And the fact that they just gave us more coins from Bond, and it preserves the whole you actually require NP6 to be able to get everything, you're not getting any other coin fix, chat. Mark my words. I don't want to sound like Doomer here, but you're not getting anything else. Like, you're gonna get the coins for all the low stars and the Grail casting that you did. That's the one thing that's still out there. But you're not gonna get an additional coin source that was not related to this whole debacle. That will not be a thing. Not anymore. I would hope that they would have done that. Maybe if the community would get upset enough, they might do that. But I don't see them doing that. And the reason why is because with the way the system is set up, they milked the NP6 requirement for years. They made the change here, and it still requires NP6 to have everything. So I have to accept the writing on the wall, chat. This is what it is. They are milking the system. So if they're milking the system and it's a profit-oriented system for them, do not expect them to cut into their profit. Right? And like I said, it's not me trying to be doomer. It's me trying to be realistic about the situation. So I do not expect them to touch coins again after the update that they give us, the final one. Where they added a new system that was similar to items and support memories, but the fourth and the fifth, I don't think I'll ever change the bond system from 15. Yeah, I'm pretty like nihilistic about the coin situation and the bond situation at this point. They've kind of lost my faith in that regard. I do not expect them to change that. I will still complain about it when we get surveys and stuff. I will still say that they should change this, that this is predatory, but I'm not expecting them to, right? Like that's a prove me wrong type deal. So it's like I haven't given up on complaining about it and trying to get a fix, but I will have given up on like hope that they actually do. I think they're just gonna keep treating max appends as if you want the perfect unit, you got to roll thing. Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest with you. It's I think I can conclusively say this. You guys have known that my entire point of contention is that rolling for a 6 copy is rather stupid, and that this never should have been a thing in the community, and we shouldn't be glorifying it or incentivizing it. But I think doubly so now that you can switch your appends, it's even dumber to try and roll the 6 copy. Like, if there was very little benefit to it before, there is zero benefit to it now. Because you can just switch it to what you need. And odds are you do not need all of them in any given node. So, like, I don't see the benefit of it. I think you roll for your 5th copy and you stop. Now that append switching is a thing, you don't need that perfected unit. For the Epine flex, CAD, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not even an Epine flex, it's a stupidity flex. Like, it's one of those things where when somebody starts flexing that they perfected the unit, it's I'm not going to say that like you should be an ass to them, but it is a moment where like that's the person revealing their true colors, and you should be like, really? You were actually that dumb? Like, don't get me wrong. I get that like a 6 copy can happen accidentally and stuff like that. And that's why I'm saying like you shouldn't go around being an asshole to people. But yeah, I don't think it's the flex that people think it is. Level 120? You don't need NP6 to 120. In fact, you don't need NP2 to 120 now. You can 120 every unit in the game at the first copy now, which is really nice. I think that like that's the upside of the change that they made here. But of all the possible changes they could have made for coins, Bond is objectively the worst because it has a hard limit. And it takes a long time. Rolling for a 6 copy makes me think they're suckers. Oh yeah, I mean, like, I've taken a 6 copy off of a ticket. Like, but it's like, it's a free ticket, so I don't know. Like, with some of those, it's like, okay, my choice is get the 6 copy of my waifu, or like get a copy, like get a like 2nd or 3rd copy of a unit that I don't use very much. And it's like, I don't care at that point. But yeah, if I had to actually roll for it, nah, I'm not doing that. Not worth. And like I said, I take this at least somewhat seriously due to the fact that I am a content creator and I stand up here in front of all of you guys. I roll, I do content, and I go like, should I be advocating for this? Should I be condoning this sort of behavior that is, like I said, clearly predatory from the developer? No, I shouldn't be. And like, if I'm doing that, I'm a bad influence on you all. Like, it's kind of like, you know, those this might get me in trouble, but you know, like for some other gacha games, like the game will give some of the content creators currency. And it's with the express understanding that the content creator uses that free currency to roll on stream. The reason why that is the case is because the developer wants you to see that content creator rolling to give you that peer pressure, that like FOMO of, hey, I see him rolling, I want to roll. I don't think it's like a one-to-one thing. Like, it's not like just because I roll on the channel, you all feel that pressure and that need and that desire to roll. But I think it is an averages sort of thing where they understand that, like, especially with the bigger content creators, like, oh, hey, if I sit down and I roll, somebody's going to feel that itch. And it might make them spend money. So that's why those other things do it. Thing is like, I look at that from the content creator perspective and I go like, you know that's happening. You know that you're just a mechanism for the like the business side of the gacha game to try and trick other people into it. So I don't really like that. Like, I got given some currency way back when I was part of the Genshin content creator program. And interestingly enough, I did it for like 1 month and then I quit. Like, I just stopped. I was not enjoying the game and I didn't really like that. I did like the fact that like they paid attention to their content creators in that regard. But as a content creator, that's not the attention that I actually want. I don't want kickbacks. I want access. I want to be able to talk to people on their end. I want to be able to do interviews or get a heads up for the purposes of making content. I don't need free shit, right? Like, free shit's nice, but free shit's a bribe. And that is ultimately what it is. And that's why, like, you see so many other content creators all the time, like, oh, hey, here's your review copy of the game. Technically, that's free, but that's not the biggest issue. It's, here's your review copy of the game, and also, here's this gift box. Why do they send you the gift box, chat? 2 reasons. It's either to showcase what, like, the collector's edition for the game was, so that, again, you get that incentive, that like pressure to buy it. Or 2, hey, aren't we such a great developer / publisher? Look at what we gave you. Please review our game positively. It's like access journalism. Yeah, I've seen a big thing kind of going around with that lately. But yeah, it's like that's the issue with it. That's why that sort of thing happens. So I don't really care for it. Obviously, as a content creator, I like getting free shit, but at the end of the day, the free shit shouldn't change my mind on whether or not the game is actually a good game and whether or not I'm advocating for you buying it, right? And I think that's an important thing to understand. I mean, the trips to Disneyland and other similar stuff? I can't say I've ever gotten a trip to Disneyland. No, I mean, like, I'm not talking about that. Some of that, like, if they're putting on an event, so that's advertising at that point, right? If they're putting on an event and they invite content creators to the event to cover it, That is advertising 101, right? Like that, the whole reason they've invited the content creator there is to showcase this cool new hip thing that's like going to be happening. To me, you could argue that is something that's free, right? Like, and to a degree it is. Like the FCC would tell you that you need to report that type deal. But I don't view that to the same degree as like a bribe, right? Getting invited to an event is certainly nice. It's certainly going to make you feel better about it, but it's not necessarily going to compromise you on how you feel about the game. And look no further than like this was kind of the issue apparently with was it Dragon Age? Was it Veilguard? There was something where like a bunch of people got invited to the events and stuff like that, and then they didn't get fucking review keys because they basically, as of the event, got their hands on the game and had mixed impressions. It wasn't even negative. They just had mixed impressions. So because it wasn't the most stellar fucking like glowing review, they ended up not getting a key for the game. And that's the access journalism issue that got brought up there. But like, yeah, that's where it's like, you can see some content creators, some reviewers, like, yeah, you can give them free shit. It's not necessarily going to matter. Like it's not going to violate their morals and their values. They're still going to view the game from a at least as unbiased as they can perspective, right? And that's a good content creator if they're willing to do that, at least in that regard. Doesn't mean you're going to agree with their take. Doesn't mean you're going to like necessarily agree with everything they say about the game, but it does mean that at least they're trying to be unbiased and they're trying not to like, you know, be corrupted by the bribe, as chat put it. So Extra Life mentioned something like that, and as much as they're shit, that is still bad. Yeah, exactly. So it's like if someone like Extra Life gets invited to an event and they review a game and they're positive about it, everyone's going to call them a shill. But if Extra Life goes to the event, reviews the game, and they're negative about it, everyone's going to be like, oh my god, the game's so bad. So like content creators do have like that level of sway and influence, and a lot of people will look to them, particularly reviewers, for like guidance. And part of the reason why that is the case, it's because at least with a content creator, you can maybe get to know them a little bit better. I'm not saying like, you know, this gets into the whole parasocial thing. It's not like you guys know me exactly to a T. Like, yo, we have like drinks together every Saturday night and talk shop about like our lives, right? And we've always been there for each other. No, like you know me, but you know me to the extent that I've let you know me. You don't have, you know, like easy access to me other than by coming to my channel. So you can learn about me. You can learn whether or not you agree with my take and trust me a little bit more than you can with a corporation. And I'm going to give you an example of this. IGN. So if I were to get a copy of a game and IGN were to get a copy of a game and we were to both review the game, you might prefer my review over IGN's. Why? Perhaps you like me. Perhaps you agree with the sentiments that I express. Or perhaps you just fucking hate IGN. All of these things are possible. The thing is, the pervasive like mentality amongst gamers for a long time now, we're going on like at least a decade of this, has been that not only are the corporate reviewers bad, no, the last decade, the mentality has been the corporate reviewers are corrupt. That is to say, they are getting paid for their review scores. And I hate to say it, they are not beating those allegations. They are not even close. So, like, they'll sit there and they'll be like, oh, no, that's not the case. We review each and every one with a blah, blah, blah. Yeah, sure you do. And then your editor, like, scribbles out your score and writes in the score they were paid to. Like, straight up. Like, I'm not going to say that doesn't mean that they didn't review the game. They did. but it is so laced with an agenda most of the time, and you never know whether or not that agenda is the reviewer's authentic agenda or what they were paid to put on there. So that has been the allegation for at least the past decade. And this is why nobody trusts them. I'm not saying you can't pay off actual, content creators. You can. It's just people trust the content creators a little bit more. Doubly so because with content creators, you can go watch their VOD. You can go see their playthrough. This is what some of the reviewers have tried to do now. Like the corporate reviewers are trying to go, hey, here's our footage of the game as we talk over it. And that's lending them a little bit more credibility, but then they say some stupid stuff sometimes during those, and you go no. But then on the flip side, with a content creator, especially if they're a live streamer like myself, you get to see it live. You get to ask me the question. Cad, what do you think about this? Hey, Cad, can you show me that? Cad, did they do this? And you're going to get your question answered. And that's something you're not going to get with an IGN article. So that's the issue with this sort of thing. Content creators are usually much more trusted. Even though there's a good contingent of people out there that hate content creators are usually just more trusted on these subjects because people have closer relationships with them. As opposed to the guy that's been working at IGN for 2 years, and then you finally are like, hey, I actually like this reviewer. And then you can't wait to see his review of the next game, and he got shit canned by IGN literally days before. And now it's some brand new reviewer that you've never fucking heard of. And all of a sudden you hate his takes. Even if they don't tell you to give a good review, the bribes will just make you feel like you should soften the blow in your review. Oh, and this is a thing with content creators too. Don't get me wrong. That is still a thing. I'm going to give you an example of this. Chat. Let's say BioWare approached me and they were like, would you like a copy of Dragon Age the Veilguard? Now, I have a couple choices. I can say no. If I say no, I'm probably not ever getting another key. If I say yes, I'll get the key. However, this comes with almost the express understanding, due to the way many other developers and publishers have acted over the years, that if I get that key and I review it negatively, I run the same risk of I might not ever get a key again. So therein lies the problem. What if I don't get it anymore? This is what will lead some content creators to offer, again, a softened take on things. Where, and I've told you guys this before, I will always disclose to you when I have received a product for free. I will always disclose to you if I'm getting paid to do something. And I've told you guys before, while you can trust that my take is my take, it is very possible that due to the nature of the engagement, that I might not be able to say it to the full breadth of what I would like to. So a scathing commentary might become a worried commentary. So that would be me trying not to look so negative from the developer's eyes. But if you know me, you're going to know that low key down inside, Cad's not liking this. Right? But yeah, it's that fear of getting blacklisted. So I'll say this, especially with something like Veilguard, if I were to get a key for that game and they wanted me to play it, I would play it. And even at the risk of never getting another key from BioWare, I would give my honest to God's opinion of it. Normally I do, chat. It's only going to be if it's so I'll give you an example of where I would feel some pressure. I applied to be part of the Capcom creator program. I never got in. If I did, there might be some times where my review might not be as authentic as I would like it to be. Why? I would lose access to said program. I might lose access to any of their future titles. Capcom makes really freaking good games. You don't want to be blackballed by them. Thankfully, in Capcom's case, I've never heard of an instance of them doing that. Capcom is supposedly really good for that sort of thing. But yes, there are scenarios where that sort of pressure could be applied even to someone like me, where I have to make a conscientious choice that affects my entire channel, right? That's the issue with being a content creator on these things. So with BioWare doesn't have the clout or the pull anymore to really warrant it. And frankly, I wouldn't care even if they did, because I'm so pissed off with what they've done to the Dragon Age franchise that I would probably just stick it to them. Like, I mean, I would review the game as I felt it was worth, right? Like, if the game is a 6 out of 10, it's going to get a 6 out of 10. If the game's an 8 out of 10, it's going to get an 8 out of 10. But I would not give two shits about what they felt about my review because of existential factors, basically. Doubt they'll have many games left. They might not. We'll just have to see. It's why TLO2 has such a divisive score, because reviewers were all glowing, but players didn't like the story. It was bad and it was a mess. Yeah, I mean, I understand that some players really liked it. Sorry, there's something on my elbow, chat. But I think most of the people that really liked that game had an agenda to push, because most of the actual fans of the series that I know of didn't much care for it, and they didn't much care for it because of what happens to Joel. That really pissed a lot of people off, because even, like, it's not that Joel was killed. It's the manner in which Joel dies that's the problem. It was a very vulgar, brutal, like, shameful death. And on top of that, it was extremely poor writing. That a character that was infamous for being extremely paranoid and never trusting anybody literally goes off on their own with this foreign group and gets brutally murdered. Doubly so when there was no incentive to actually do so. And another character stops him, tells him, no, don't do that. We need to go back to the city and warn everybody. So the other character reminds him that this is a bad idea and he has a prior and more pressing obligation. And he still goes through with it. It's that forced of a plot point. Like, it is one of the most egregious, like, basically instances that I can think of just recontextualizing a character to suit the writer's needs. Like, the character absolutely would have never behaved that way. It's up there with, like, Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi, right? Like, so in the episode 8, basically. It is one of just the, like, most absurd iterations of character assassination ever. Joe reminds me of how Suicide Squad killed Batman and Superman. Yes, that's another one that was really bad, and that game also got panned. Whereas everybody keeps going like, oh, you guys just want to hate everything. And it's like, no, we don't want to hate everything. We want to like these games. It's a shame that so many of these games keep basically forcing us to hate them. They are done in such a way that, like, it's designed to piss the fans of the game off. It is quite literally, yeah, I know people liked this, but I want to do that because I'm in charge now. And that's really all it is. It's basically people with a modicum of power abusing it. Look at how they massacred my favorite franchises. So I love it because like if you guys have ever seen Co Carnage, Co is a long running content creator on Twitch. He's one of the more popular ones in general, and I laughed because one day I heard Co say this, and it's a painful laugh. But the painful laugh is Co basically said a phrase that I will never forget. He's like, the older you get, the more you get to see everything you knew and loved as a child destroyed before your very eyes. Every franchise, every TV series, every video game series gets destroyed as you get older. And it's sad but true. Like, one of the very few that I can say, like, from my youth that has still retained every, like, aspect of it. It's done some things that I don't agree with, but I think it's just simply trying to adapt to more modern times. It's Legend of Zelda. Legend of Zelda is one of the very few IPs that I don't feel like has shat on its core, like system and design. It has changed its game design, but not what it is fundamentally about. And so in that regard, it's one of the very few like bastions that I have left. And I'm waiting on like Nintendo to just totally destroy it, right? I think Legend of Zelda evolved in an amazing way. Yeah, some people really like the newer games. I'm not as much of a fan of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom as the older games for Zelda, but I can at least respect the body of work there, and I think it's a cool take. It's just not my preferred take, right? So it's like that's them trying to do the franchise justice and maybe having some like, you know, weird missteps, as opposed to, hey, I'm trying to destroy the franchise. I'm trying to usurp it and reshape it in my image because I'm some new writer or publisher or something like that, and I think it needs to be this way now. So that's where it's like, yeah, I don't fault, you know, the Legend of Zelda franchise for that one. They're just trying to you know, evolve and do different things. I do fault, you know, various other ones though. Like again, Star Wars has been butchering itself for a while. Lord of the Rings is getting perilously close to that. Rings of Power is absolutely a butchering. And I'm getting kind of worried about Peter Jackson's new stuff, given how he treated The Hobbit. So, meanwhile, Nintendo Pokemon, yeah. Well, I think it's because the people that are in charge of Legend of Zelda are still kind of the original people that were in charge of it way back when. So the big test is going to be in the next, like, you know, 5-10 years here, when those people like have to retire or end up, you know, like passing on. That I think is going to be worrisome at that point. Wait, what is Jackson doing new for Lord of the Rings? So there's the anime movie that's going to be coming out, which I'm like 50% excited for, 50% worried about. But yeah, here you go. Peter Jackson working on new Lord of the Rings films for Warner Brothers, targeting 2026 debut. They're going to be returning to Middle Earth. Yeah, so like I said, right now there's War of the Rohirrim that's in development. The Hunt for Golem, which is going to be like a Golem specific film, starring Andy Serkis, is set to appear in the future. The deal covers 2 films. Whoops. I don't know what that was. Deal covers 2 films in the franchise. Cutting a deal with rights holders Embracer Group. Oh God. Amazon's also developing its own larger TV universe for the franchise. Many people thought they were involved with the Amazon shows when they were not. Yeah, they're not. Like, I at least trust, like, I at least trust Jackson more than I do anybody on the Amazon side at this point, but I'm still worried that Jackson's just cash cowing it at this point. Oh yeah, the Amazon one's way more concerning. I think that's a problem. They have to make content to keep their copyright. That's what I suspect is going on, and they're basically like being stubborn and going like, hey, we don't want to cede this to Amazon, which if that's the case, more power to them. I don't care how shit the product is at this point. I will probably like literally like go watch anything to help fund it to not let Amazon get the rights, given how they have done Rings of Power. Rings of Power is amazingly high production value. It's really beautiful to look at. But it's like seeing the most beautiful car wreck in slow motion. You know it's a car wreck, and you can't help but watch, but at the end, you just feel nauseous and disgusted and like your time was wasted. That's the problem with Rings of Power. It is the most beautiful, high quality car wreck you've ever seen. So Dragon Ball Evolution? No, Dragon Ball Evolution wishes it was Rings of Power. But story-wise, yeah, they're pretty much equal. It's a beautiful fantasy setting, but very shit Lord of the Rings show. Yeah, in that regard, if it didn't have the Lord of the Rings title to it, you would maybe accept it some, but it would still have major writing flaws. Damn, that bad? Yeah. Oh man, if you guys wanted, I could literally sit down and have like a watch party with you guys. Like it would be like a shit watch party, right? Like, cause like we could watch that and I could just sit there and I could absolutely complain about it and just tell you like everything that's wrong with it. And I'm not a Lord of the Rings expert. I used to know a lot more about it than I do now because I just have forgotten stuff over the years. But like, oh my God, I still can point out so many things that are wrong with it. Like, it's really, really bad in that regard. Thanks, but no thanks. Right. Like, and like I said, it's at least interesting because there is a semblance of a story there. There are characters, they're trying to go on arcs, they're trying to develop them. What makes you go like, wait, this is actually stupid, is when like the character does something that makes zero sense. And you can tell the only reason that they're doing it is because the writers had to force it. They had to force it to get to a particular plot point. Like they can't make it work on their own, so they had to like force something really stupid and obvious in. And that makes you go like, because there's moments where you're watching it and you're like, this is an 8 out of 10. This is okay. Like this is actually entertaining and I'm watching it and I'm almost enjoying it. And then you're like immediately just slapped across the face with like a 2 out of 10 moment. And you're like, oh, yeah, that's what I get. And that cycle just keeps happening. It's like 8 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 8 out of 10, slap. Oh, you know, Lord of the Rings is a movie, not books? Yeah, it's based off books. The books are fantastic. I highly recommend you read them. What's funny is Freyrin aired around the same time as Rings of Power, didn't it? Wait, why is that funny, though? I did see people making the claim that like Faerun was a better successor than Rings of Power was. But I mean, shit, chat, that's low-hanging fruit. That's like saying that Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or something is a better spiritual successor to Lord of the Rings. It's like, well, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy has nothing in common with Lord of the Rings. And you're like, yes. Yes. And that's why it's better. It's like when you're comparing literally anything to a turd, literally anything is better. You just got rare fart off a single multi? Nice, congratulations. Yeah, let's talk about the Das rare farten. Oh, wait, where did that go? Oh, that's why. Okay, let's see if they actually have it. No, we still don't have it. So it looks like we do at least have the pages. There we go. We just don't have anything involving the event really up. I'm just low-key checking here. Will be effective when dying with no guts active. Well, I feel like this makes perfect sense. Like, the only situation that I can see, like, this is kind of a dumb note, because the only situation that I can ever see this ever actually being the case is when you have a guts, but it became inactive due to LB5's very specific, like, gimmick that deactivates all of your buffs. There is one fight in LB5 that does that. And that's the only scenario that I could ever think of where you could die while still having guts on. So this is a really, really stupid note to me. Like, yes, of course they can't trigger simultaneously. Guts would prevent it. Like, I don't really understand the point of that note. That's like, this note may as well say, you can't get the on death activate effect while you have guts active. What? Yeah, I will keep that note closed because that's just going to confuse people on a recording. Okay, that's all right. Yeah, we don't actually know the name of this third skill, which makes me... I wonder if this third skill is going to change. I have a, like, sneaking suspicion that some shit's going to happen, but I suspect not. I suspect the skill will stay the way it is, and you're just going to get a name drop finally. But it is really funny. It's even in the code as question marks. Did you want another comparison, by the way? For who? For Tut? For Das Tut and Farten? Okay, anti-assassin. Let me take a look. Because I saw you had Squirtoria in there, but I didn't see what else. I actually really like this. I had this thought literally the other day as we were plotting things for the Lotto that, like, there are actually extremely few single target anti-demonic units in the game. Most of your anti-demonic units are AoE. And no, Martha doesn't count, chat. She's anti-demon, not anti-demonic. And yes, there's a difference. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Rama, Seal. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying there aren't any. There's just very few. And most of them are like more recent. Okay. Then Goghie. Let me double check here. When I saw this first skill for Goghie, I literally thought she was going to be an AoE carder. That was my initial impression of her. And then I was very surprised when I got a Brave Chain with her and she didn't. Yeah, she does have a city battlefield effect. This is basically like Arcuid's battlefield effect, where it is not on the unit, it's up in the corner. You can add Demi if you want. No, do me a favor, add Anastasia. And Moriarty. I think those two are probably better comparisons. I swear they do this all the time on our welfares, and it's such a smart thing to do. It's a low-key, like, this is how you make this character better. Man, I bet chat wishes they had Goghie here for the current node on NA. Or rather, what was it? The yeah, no, actually, well, no, she's Lancer. He'd be effective against one of the units, but no, the I think it was round 1 as well. Cannot be removed, blah 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 blah. Oh, this is actually something I don't know. Avalon, do you know? They're mentioning that it's stacking. I assume that it's stacking in the same ways that Arcuid is, which is that it actually isn't stacking. Like, it is, but it isn't. There's no additional benefit for having more stacks. Because again, this is just a hard check. You don't get 10 stars per city battlefield. You just get 10 stars if you're on city battlefield. That's what I assume and read that to be, but I don't actually know. Yeah. Because that screams like, hey, this works exactly like Arcuid's does. Oh, Goghie? Yeah, Goghie is Goghie is a nickname for Van Gogh. Okay. Yeah, they did get the quick MP in there. All right, so for King Tut, I gotta think about craft essence recommendations for this bad boy. Because obviously there's this. Obviously there's this. Are you doing this to me, fandom? Fandom! Wow, you were just... There's this. And then let's go look at this. Because I want to see if there's another pairing. And I don't think a pairing that I'm thinking of currently exists in the game, which is actually kind of wild. It means there is a craft essence pairing that doesn't exist if that's the case. That's Chaldea Boys, isn't it? Oh, limited time event. Oh, it's Battle New York. This one's not awful. I'll attack as well. I think Bear Kings is also all attack. It is. It's just not as good. This one's not all attack. I know. That's not that good. Return match should be. Actually, no. Oh, no, it is. Okay. I think there's one more. One of the earlier ones. Yeah, is it this? This one definitely is. Oh, no, this one's all HP. Wait, is it? Huh. I could have sworn that one was all to which one did I close? Oh, I closed the actual list. That one's a weird one. I'm not going to recommend that one. Yeah, so there is... What I was looking for was there a combination of Guts and Invuln Pierce? And there isn't. There's no combination of that in the entire game. How are you coming on that, Avalon? Yeah, I wish there was such a combo. Yeah, I was sitting there thinking to myself, I was like, oh, that would be a good one. And I was like, wait, I don't think there is one in the entire game. And that's why I went to go check. And sure enough, there's not. There's quite a bit of decent variety with Gutsies, but that is not one of them. Almost done with Anna. You'll probably be done. Do you just want to edit the post, or are you going to post it at the end? Because that'll depend on how I'll post it at the end then. Actually, edit the post for me if you can when you get it. Because that's where I'll be in our DMs. Okay, we're good. Let's get started. We'll get something like a combo. I mean, I don't think that would be such a niche thing, right? So I don't think most people would care about it in that regard, but it just is what it is. But okay, let's get this party started. Or sharded. Okay. Oh, wait. There we go. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today we're going to be talking about King Tut, aka Tutankhamun, or as I like to call him, Rare Fart, but that's because he's an uncommon toot. Basically, King Tut's going to come to us as this upcoming event here on JP. Actually, I say upcoming, it's currently out. It's the Mystery House Crafters event, and he is going to be our newest single target archer to the game. Now, as you guys have heard me talk about for years at this point, our single target archers are just very much like kind of left by the wayside in the game at the moment. They have received very few upgrades over the years, and it's gotten to the point that they are literally out damaged by numerous other AoE competition and even people outside of their class against sabers. So it's certainly an issue for a lot of them, and we're going to kind of focus not on all of that and all of that drama, but rather in comparing King Tut here to our other single target archers. Now, again, King Tut is going to come to us as a limited 5-star single target arts archer. That's going to make him have quite a bit of capability, and naturally that's going to draw certain comparisons. We'll try to cover those. But basically, King Tut is going to be the newest child servant to the game as well, so there's going to be things to consider with that. Now, as we zoom in here and we look at the stats, you can see King Tut's raw attack stat there is going to be about 11.2k. This is not stellar. It's actually more on the lower end. It certainly could be better. It's not quite like a huge concern because remember, more than just like, the attack stat makes up for your actual damage output. But it is something you need to pay attention to. His HP, on the other hand, is at least okay. It's pretty decently robust. It's up in the 14k range, definitely a little bit better. And he will at least have some capacity to survive built into his kit. But there's going to be major concerns with that, and we'll talk about that as we get deeper in, particularly when we get to his NP. Tut is going to have man attribute here, as you guys can see. Star absorption of 156, which is actually higher than the normal star absorption for archers, which is normally around 150. So with him at 156, he's actually significantly higher. That's maybe a benefit to him given the fact that he is an arts unit, so generally they're not known for their star output and stuff like that. So having the ability to soak it all to him, definitely a good thing. He's got star generation rate of 8%. This is pretty much right on the mark, so we're not too concerned. The big issue, at least for an arts unit, the big issue right here, though, that we can see is this abysmal NP charge attack rate. Now, there's a couple reasons for this, so don't get too concerned. In fact, I'm going to tell you this is largely not a huge concern for King Tut, despite what the appearances may seem. His NP charge defense is the standard 3%. His death rate is a little bit higher than average at about 30%, probably due to the fact that King Tut in real life was a child that, his tomb got discovered. So that means he died young. His alignment is going to be lawful good. He is male gendered. He's a child servant, as I mentioned before, which does mean that he can get certain buffs dependent on that. He has the defender trait, divinity, hominide, servant, humanoid, sovereign, aka king, normal servant, 7 knights servant, and weak to intima elish. And in stage 1, he is actually levitating. This is at least somewhat unique, as most other units that seem to have the levitating trait usually have it on their 2nd or 3rd form. Tut, on the other hand, has it actually in his 1st. And at least as of the recording of this video, we don't currently know what Tut's 3rd and final ascension look like. It is something that is being held back basically for the purposes of the event and spoiler reasons. So we'll just have to see. Again, I may have to reevaluate this video if something changes in that regard. Now, moving on to the deck here, you guys can see Tut's actually a pretty rare servant nowadays in this regard as well. We don't often see very many triple art servants added to the game anymore. This is actually a really good deck for someone like him. It's going to facilitate quite a bit of carding capability to get back to his NP. I think it's less strong nowadays than it used to be back in the olden days of FGO, because back in the olden days, we didn't have mighty chains. Nowadays we do, so it's certainly a lot easier to get more loopability out of your quick and buster cards. But having triple arts has never been considered to be a bad thing from the standpoint of, again, it just makes it have more cards by which you can generate Noble Phantasm, and it's easier to form triple arts chains either with yourself or, again, other units that may be in the party as your support. So in that regard, King Tut should have, carding-wise, a nice ability to get back to his NP. And this can be seen that even though he does have the really low NP charge attack rate up here, he does at least have a 4 hit count on both his quick and his arts card here, which does mean that, again, having the triple arts here, he's got quite a bit of generative capability there. He only has a 3-hit buster and 5-hit extra. Those are average, but again, the quick and the arts are above average with those 4 hit counts. For his first active skill, it gets a little interesting. It's Valley of Kings B. This is going to charge the party's NP gauge by up to 20%. This is going to be one of the things that scales with the skill, so most people probably will wish to lore this skill just to get to that nice even charge amount. Still, though, that's going to give him a little bit of a supportive slash, multi-damage dealer setup application for this skill, so it is a nice thing. He's also going to grant himself an on-activate buff for 3 turns that is Guts. Again, what this is going to do is this is basically going to grant him 30 stars whenever his Guts status is activated. This is where, again, having that naturally high star absorption rate is going to matter, particularly given the fact that his star generation rate is low due to him being an archer and being an arts unit. So having just a 30-star bomb when his Guts is popped is going to be pretty huge, since he'll just naturally soak a lot of that. He also has an on-death activate buff for 3 turns that will gain 30 critical stars when he is defeated. This is not the same as having his Guts pop. This means when he actually dies. So do keep that in mind, that this is a thing. There is a rather odd note here on fandom about it, but I'm not going to try to confuse you guys with that. It's basically just saying that you cannot get both the Guts and the death proc at the exact same time, which makes perfect sense. So again, the NP damage as well that he is getting for this, because it is party NP damage as well here for 3 turns, is going to be an additional 20%. All of this on a 6-turn cooldown. So this is going to be really, really nice for using him alongside some other type of damage dealer. His second skill here is going to increase his own arts performance for 3 turns by 30%. So again, kind of the standard multi-turn steroid that we like to see. It's definitely good for not only his damage, but it's also going to be good for generating more, arts up, basically more refund for him at that point. And then he's also going to grant himself a debuff on attack buff for 3 turns that will inflict curse of 500 damage for 5 turns to an enemy when he attacks. And then he's also going to just flat out, when he touches this skill, charge his gauge by 30%. This means that you will wish to lore this skill as well. So again, already you can tabulate that he has 20% party charge and 30% self-charge here just from these two. All of this on a 6-turn cooldown. His third skill here is going to bring himself a self-gut status 1 time 3 turns. And this is actually going to be pivotal to his capacity to be able to 3-turn, as we'll see here in a minute. You might not think that at first, but this is really good that they gave him this. The only thing I'm a little bit surprised by is the fact that this is not a stackable Guts. That was sort of a power creepy thing we were seeing for a couple of years, where a lot of the times they'd come out with a new unit that had Guts and the Guts would be stackable. They didn't give it to him. I'm kind of surprised they didn't. That may be something that they hold for an upgrade into the future. We'll just have to see. He will also grant himself debuff immunity for 3 turns. It's going to be a rather nice thing as well, as it's going to help him out in a challenge environment. It's going to make it so that he can't just be, basically dotted to death or, again, locked down in any way. So the fact that it's not a limited amount either on this is certainly nice. It's just full immunity for 3 turns. The only thing you have to worry about then at that point is going to be some sort of buff removal. He's going to also charge his own NP gauge by 30% here. So if you haven't been paying attention, he has 3 charge skills. 20% to the party on his first, 30% on his second, and 30% on his third. This makes King Tut an 80% charge unit. This is really good for him, again, given the lower NP gain rate. And this is why I say it's probably not going to be a big issue, because he just kind of naturally is going to have enough charge to brute force a lot of things. The good news is, though, it is broken up into relatively good increments that can be easily paired with other charge skills. So I do rather like this for him. He feels very intelligently designed, at least from the charge standpoint. Again, all of this on a 6-turn cooldown, but we should at least mention as well that this is a rather strong guts. It is only 1 time 3 turns, but it is up to 5,000 HP at max. So he will pretty much be getting a third of his health back right away just when his guts pops. It's not going to be one of those anemic 1 HP guts or even something low like 1,000 or 3,000. It's going to end up being 5,000, which is definitely one of the better amounts that you can get off of a gut skill. Now, taking a look at his passives here, you guys can see he gets debuff resistance by basically 20% there. Independent action C+ for a unique variant that's going to give him critical damage of arts cards by 10% specifically. So a little bit more restrictive than a normal independent action, but he does have a triple arts deck, so this is definitely going to be okay for him. He's Divinity C for some additional flat damage there, and then Curse of the Juvenile King EX increases his own curse debuff success rate by 30%. Will make it way easier for him to land those and way harder for enemies to resist. Taking a look at his appends, obviously something like the mana loading may be a good idea for him, given the fact that, again, he has 80% charge. We do know, again, that he has guts in his kit. I will come back to this point later, but the way to think about him might be, almost like a Habitrot in that sense. Something where you have the ability to just start him out and go all the way to full purely under his own power and his own power alone. That's going to be one of the stronger uses for King Tut, is just kind of firing off a single MP. Now, with regards to his third append, it is anti-assassin attack damage aptitude. I don't really feel like this one's that good of one for him, so I'd probably stay away from it. Fourth one is critical damage. Again, he will probably have quite a bit of stars in his comp at times. So this may be something that you actually want to grab. I'm not going to say it's the worst one. Same thing with the extra attack finesse. He's going to probably be getting those triple arts chains. Getting that extra attack a little bit more online certainly could be good. And if you really would desire to, you can also do the 5th skill, though keep in mind it's only the first time you press a button. So not going to be, each subsequent time he's going to get a lowered cooldown. So again, your mileage may vary with these sorts of things. My recommendation is the mana loading first and foremost, and you can choose kind of where to go from there. With regards to his Noble Phantasm, we still don't know its name, but again, same deal. It's probably being protected for spoiler reasons. It is a 5-hit single target arts NP. It deals damage to one enemy and then deals extra damage to demonic enemies. Definitely a nice thing in that regard, because we don't have a whole lot of single target anti-demonic units out there. There are certainly some, like, say, Martha, that are anti-demon, but demon is not demonic in FGO, so please don't get that confused. There is a difference between the two of them. I'm not saying he's the only one out there by any means. There are others that have anti-demonic that are single target, but it's usually they're AoE. And so that's where, again, he's going to at least have this ability to maybe stand out by virtue of having this, particularly if you have, like say in a Lotto node, some of those annoying middle enemies that are not a servant and they're just kind of demonic, like maybe a demonic boar or like some sort of like, crab or dragon or you name it. And you might just go like, oh, hey, this is somewhere that I can actually utilize King Tut effectively. He's going to inflict Curse of 1,000 damage for 5 turns to them, and then also have the Evil Curse status for 5 turns that increases curse damage by 1,000. I gotta be honest, I find this really funny because I feel like a lot of the time they could probably just leave off Evil Curse and then just double the curse amount. But I guess, like, to a degree, one of them could get resisted or something like that, so it is what it is. Then he has a 100% chance to instant kill them. Do keep in mind that 100% chance does not mean he is going to instant kill every enemy in the game. Instant death works really weird. I highly recommend you check out my my explained video series where I have a video on instant death, and I do talk about that. So if you want to know more, you can check it out there. But basically, this just amounts to he will probably kill bronze enemies all the time, but silver enemies, gold enemies, servants in particular, they may, give you a little bit more trouble. So you're not going to always be able to instant kill stuff. It is an okay chance, but it's just part of the formula that gets modified, not the actual whole formula, meaning that this is 100% chance to actually kill. So that is an issue there. But there's still one other problem with this. He has a 500% chance to kill himself. And you are not getting rid of this in that regard. So this is why the gut skill is super important. What this is going to enable Tut to do is be able to keep himself alive for another turn. So he's going to fire off his MP. He's going to kill himself, and the guts is going to bring him back at least once. So how do we 3-turn with him? Well, you can kind of combine him with other units that can provide guts. That could be a targetable guts, that could be a party-wide guts, or this could be a craft essence that also provides guts. This is why I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't make this gut skill stackable, because it does mean that you're going to have to be careful about how you use this skill. If you, for instance, say, take a craft essence that has guts on it, you need that guts from the craft essence to get popped before you utilize this on him. Otherwise, he will end up just throwing this guts into the void, and you won't have that extra turn of protection like you were maybe counting on. So keep in mind that how you utilize the guts on Tut is going to matter. Still, this is a really, really nice thing that he has that. If he didn't have that, he'd be in a much worse situation. But this also does open up possibilities for King Tut to be able to take out a single enemy, move on to the next wave, and then take out a single enemy again, and then die, extricating himself from the party, removing himself and rotating, bringing in another unit. So there is going to be potential applications for that. Trying to get him killed just on a one-off is going to be a little bit harder. You would need to not activate his third skill for that to be the case. But it is something that could be done. So I think this is where some people are going to find King Tut to be rather useful. Again, from here, he's also going to have an overcharge effect that increases his own NP damage. 1 turn, but it does activate first. It is 20%. This will stack, obviously, with Oberon's third skill and its ability to double up any source of NP damage. So it is a rather nice one. I always like having overcharge effects that increase your damage, because it means that you can scale the damage based off where you put them somewhere in an NP chain. So that is Tut's kit. Let's talk about good potential craft essence usages for King Tut. So, you know, something like Black Grail is still certainly possible. Like I said, though, there is going to be a concern there. That is to say that King Tut will kill himself. Now, the concern is not due to the 500 HP loss that you get every single turn on Black Grail, because, again, Tut does have a rather robust, gut skill at 5,000 HP, and you're probably going to have that skill lowered just to have the charge maxed out. You don't have to worry about the Black Grail necessarily like killing him on the back end of the guts or anything like that. Instead, it's just going to be a thing for if you really want to maximize firepower and you only need 2 turns out of him instead of 3, yeah, you can utilize something like Black Grail, and that will get you a ton of damage. However, for most applications, Divine 3-legged race is probably going to be Tut's best craft essence. Now, again, this is an old craft essence. However, it is permanently available in the Recollect Exchange shop now on JP. So you guys do have access to this. It's going to increase his attack by, again, up to 2,000. It's all scaling on attack at that point, so really nice. It will revive him 1 time with 1 HP, and it will increase his NP damage by 20%. So, yeah, it's not going to quite be Black Grail level, but due to the fact this is a gut CE, this means that you're going to NP with him the first time, you're going to pop up from the guts, you're going to NP with him a second time, you're going to pop up from his third skill's guts, and then you're going to get to NP a third time. So that's going to be how you'd potentially get 3 NPs out of Tut if you needed them. So in that regard, having a good Guts craft essence is going to be kind of the way to go. There are other decent Guts craft essences out there. For instance, right now in the current NA event, we have Count and Stretch. It's literally in the shop. It's also all attack scaling. It's Guts up of 1 time, and then also Arts performance up of 10%. It's not as good as Divine Three-Legged Race, but hey, maybe to your benefit. Grudge Match can also be a decent one. Pretty much the same thing, only now we have crit damage basically instead. Princess of the White Rose is split stats, so not quite as good. But if for some odd reason you maybe didn't have his append unlocked, or you just needed a little bit of extra charge to be able to delay some of this, here you go. It's Guts up and up to 20% gauge, so it's a rather rare and odd charge amount off this CE. And then Check Ready, which is an old CE from Gilfest, basically, that is going to end up being also all attack scaling, NP damage up, and NP generation. So definitely some nice stuff there. Even something like Bear Kings, if you guys just kind of still are looking for a welfare CE, it is all attack scaling, but it's Buster crit, so not nearly as good for someone like Tut. But if you're in a pinch and you just need a Guts CE, this can definitely work. So again, there are numerous options available to you. My recommendation is to go with a Guts CE. Obviously, stuff like Ocean Flyer and everything else that are good 50% Cs can also be applicable. It just depends on what you're trying to do. But again, you do have to be very wary of the fact that he will kill himself with every NP he fires off. Now, with regards to Tut's NP gain, let's kind of talk about that. As you guys know, Tut had the very poor NP charge attack stat of 38%. However, Tut is an arts unit. He's got a triple arts deck. He's got a ton of charge built into that deck. So as we kind of talk about that, let's talk about the NP game. So if we're using Tut with 2 times Castorias and then basically facing a Saber or a neutral target, at that point for NP gain purposes, then essentially his base refund in a double Castoria system is going to be about 21%. This is 0 overkill hits. If he gets even 1 hit of overkill, which means that he did clear the enemy, so 1 out of 5 hits, you're going to be looking at about 23%. However, if you wish to hit a good 30% break even point, you're going to be looking at trying to get 4 out of a possible 5 overkill hits to reach 29%. So I don't really recommend trying to do this. It will not be very easily possible, especially if you're not using something like Black Grail that might get you a ton of extra damage to hit those overkill hits. So at the end of the day, I think most of the time you need to aim for that 20% refund. Again, Tut does have 2 30% charge skills, so that will combine favorably, at least, with those if you do refund the 20%. So it's not going to be the end of the world that he's only getting that. So yeah, he doesn't refund a lot, but he does have quite a bit of charge to make up for it. So let's go ahead and let's talk about that charge scenario. Basically, this is going to be Tut in that scenario with 2 times Castoria and an Oberon. You guys can see how this is going to work is we're basically going to start him out with his append, and we're going to go ahead and activate his first and second skill here. That's going to bring him up to 50% right there from that, 20% more from the append, making him at 70. And then essentially we're going to be having Divine Three-Legged Race on him, which is a Gutsy. One of the Castorias will end up popping her 30% charge, probably both the Castorias arts up. He'll be at 100%. You'll fire off the NP the first time. From there, he's only going to refund about 14%. We don't really care too much because how we're going to handle this is we're going to use the remaining Castoria's 20% charge, rotate her out, bring in Oberon at that point. He's going to go ahead and use his first skill, and you're going to use the 20% from the other Castoria as well. So at that point, then you've got 60% off of charge skills and 14% from the base refunds. So you're looking at 70% there. So we're going to pop basically Tut's third skill. This is also going to give him the second application of Guts, because again, the first NP he will have killed himself, usually consuming the guts off of the craft essence. That's going to pop him back up. So again, activating the third skill here is going to give him another Guts. bring him up to full at 100% charge, fire off the NP one more time, and now you're in wave 3. He will have refunded more than 20%. You're going to utilize Oberon's second and third skills on him. That's going to bring you up to 70%, and the remaining Castoria at 30% charge. And there you go, you're full one last time, and you get to fire off the NP. Now, again, you might not be trying to 3-turn specifically with a single target. It may be a thing, it may not be a thing. I think the biggest issue that's going to impact him, though, is the fact that he's kind of stuck using a Gut C if he wants to 3-turn, and that will potentially negatively impact his damage output. So let's go ahead and let's talk about that damage output. So King Tut, basically under his own power with no external source of buffing. So again, no Castorias being included or anything like that. No craft essences, no mystic codes, none of it. This is just King Tut with his own skills against a neutral enemy. So not even getting class effectiveness at that point. You can see his NP damage is okay. It's actually decently on the higher end in that regard for raw power. This is going to be in some ways stronger than a couple of the other single target archers out there. And he does also have the demonic niche on top of that. You can see it does scale decently well as we move down. Doubly so if you end up having that demonic super effective modifier. However, let's look at Tut in an actual 3-turn environment with those, supports. This is still going to be neutral damage, but now we actually have Castoria. Now we actually have Mystic Codes, craft essences, you name it. So you can see this is going to end up kind of being a little bit low on wave 1's end. It ramps up a little bit more for wave 2, but wave 3, it really spikes. Part of this is Oberon and his synergy as well with Three-Legged Race there, given the fact that it's NP damage. And then doubly so here with the demonic, as we have that super effective modifier mixing in. His damage is actually quite respectable. However, it's not top in class, and part of the reason for that is going to be you're going to have to compare him to other units. So to give you guys an example of this, let's take a look at Squirtoria. This is going to be Squirtoria in a similar type of comp, 2 times Castoria and Oberon. The difference here is we get a level 100 Black Grail instead. And she's going to be able to 3-turn with that Black Grail. So you can see basically waves 1 and 2, a lot stronger. Wave 3, though, we're getting at least closer, and he is stronger if he's in niche. This is actually meaning that he's coming out in kind of a good position in that regard, as again, he will be somebody that will have that super effective modifier when a lot of the other single target archers don't. So that's going to be something to his benefit. But yes, Squirtoria will be, outside of the demonic niche, kind of NP level for NP level, stronger than him in actual niche. However, we can take a look at his 1-turn damage. This is his Black Grail damage at this point. So you guys can see he does have it. He does have the Oberon and the 2 times Castoria. That will improve his damage output significantly in 1 turn. Obviously, we do have Oberon's 3rd skill here in play, whereas we wouldn't in a 3-turn environment normally. But again, he does scale quite nice. The issue that he's going to run into, as we mentioned, though, is that requirement kind of if you're going to try to keep using him, particularly if you need to use his NP more than twice, you're going to need something that is not Black Grail. And so that's where this sort of thing can cause an issue. If we do, for instance, basically compare to one-shot damage with Squirtoria, though, you can see all of a sudden now he does surpass her. So again, the difference being kind of whether or not you're going to use Black Grail on him. King Tut can be stronger than Squirtoria or weaker depending on the situation. But, maybe you prefer King Tut or maybe you don't have a Squirtoria. All of those things can be true. We also have some other comparisons here, particularly Summer Anastasia. She is a 4-star single target limited archer. She's from our old summer events. And again, maybe you have her at a higher NP level or something, so you can see this is going to be her with a 2 times Castoria and Oberon at a level 100 Ocean Flyer. She also doesn't have access to Black Grail, so she's probably one of the closer analogs to him in that point. But again, you can see her damage is going to be a lot less than him. That's where him being that 5-star, him having the capacity to still kind of do that good 3-turn loop from 0 does open up some possibilities. And again, it's not like Summer Anastasia is a bad unit, but Summer Anastasia hasn't had an NP interlude or anything like that. So you can see we start getting comparable here as we start getting into like basically the NP2, NP3 range starts to get a way more like comparable to Tut's 3-turn capacity there. As again, he's going to kind of outpace her at least at NP1 just with the natural power of a 5-star. But second you have multiple NP levels of her, she's probably going to outscale him unless he's in niche. Same thing with the 1-turn damage. Hers is also quite respectable at about 400k there. We also have someone like Moriarty, who's going to be a Buster unit. So comparing him, you can see very similar numbers here at NP1. He does have man trait access due to the fact that he would be using Koyanskaya. It's not his trait normally. But again, that does mean that there are some scenarios where Moriarty would be outperforming him. Same thing, Moriarty's 1-turn burst has actually got a little bit more synergy. This is partially due to the fact that Buster units get to, kind of dip into Oberon a little bit more. He does have that 50% Buster up on his 3rd skill. And then if we want one last comparison, we also have Demia. Demia is another single target 4-star archer. He is, again, somebody that's kind of, at least for raw power, sat on the top of the heap. He, for years, did have some issues with his refund, but he did get some buffs, kind of helping things out. And especially with Castoria coming into the game, this really did smooth things out for him. So he's able to touch Black Grail now. And you can see Demia actually does some very, very solid damage. Demia will kind of be stronger NP at NP1 and just kind of stay that way. So this is going to be something that I think really every other like single target archer still has to contend with. And this is one of the reasons that I've kind of pointed out. Kind of ridiculous that we have a 4-star sitting on the top of the heap. And it's not a recent occurrence. This has been the deal basically for, since all the way back in like year 2 or year 3 of the game. So in that regard, yes, our single target SSR archers particularly need to start getting their NP interludes and stuff like that. People will probably react poorly when they actually do get them because the damage will be insane probably. But the reality is, if you start comparing it to things like the single target sabers, it actually wouldn't be that insane. So at the end of the day, I think it's something that the developers need to do. But how do you guys feel on this subject matter? And will you be rolling for King Tut? Again, he does have a very interesting kit, particularly with those applications for being able to kill himself and rotate the party. So let me know what you guys think, and what do you think his 3rd and final ascensions will be? I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts, and I will see you guys for the next one. Thank you guys for watching. Have a good one. Okay. I want Jane to get an MP upgrade. I want any SSR to get an MP upgrade for any SR does. We've had a couple SRs get upgrades. I want to see an SSR get an upgrade. It doesn't have to be Squirtoria. I just want to see an SSR get an upgrade. I want them to prove to me that they can still do it. But like, yeah, it's an interesting issue, I would say at this point. Did you cover Goghie today? I leave that, well, I was potentially not going to be here tomorrow, but I think I will be. So I'm going to say let's cover Goghie tomorrow. And that way we'll have like basically, content for all days. I love that he can rotate out. I think that's actually like his strongest application. People are going to look at him. They're going to be like, okay, his damage is good when he uses Black Grail, but he kills himself. So I think they're going to not view him favorably for like one-shot damage. I think they're not going to view him favorably for like 3-turning because of the guts requirement. So I think where he is favorable is his anti-demonic niche and his ability to be able to die, which is strong. I can't tell you how many times I've seen like a 1-1-3 node on JP. So having Tut just go like, I kill this, and now I kill myself, and now you get like a new support rotated in. That's strong. Because what that means that you can do is you can do like Tut. I'll just like, let's say like Jarcher, right? Like another AoE arts archer. And this means you can do like double Castoria, right? And now normally you would plug suit, like this is the back line over here. Normally you would plug suit the Castoria for the other Castoria, right? But what instead you can now do is, due to Tut being able to kill himself, you can do like Castoria, and you can do like, I don't know, like Oberon and then Castoria, right? So like then you plug suit still, but then Tut ends up killing himself on turn 2, and then Oberon comes in, and now you've got double Castoria buffs and Oberon there to boost, right? So like you're gonna be able to get a lot of firepower out of that. Yeah, he's basically single target rash. And if you guys remember, there was another unit that they basically did this with kind of recently, which was kind of how he was pretty much always at the beginning, which is Mandricardo. So Mandricardo, everybody always wished that this was kind of what he turned into. But if you guys remember, when Brink Shot was first a thing, it has this 50% or less requirement. It still does, but basically now they kind of improved it so that it increases his own attack for 1 turn, increases his own crit damage for 1 turn, and a chance to inflict delayed debuff 1 time for 1 turn to self, unstackable, which is the yeah, wait, hold on, what do they do with this? Can't sacrifice himself and attack him for 1 turn, and then 1 time 1 turn. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. So they delayed it. It's after 1 turn, basically. So Brink Shot used to kill him whenever he attacked. So like the problem with Brink Shot is that, like, let's say you wanted to kill Mandricardo this turn. And let's say you got a full Mandricardo chain. So you have his Arts NP, you have like a quick card, and you have a Buster card. And then Mandricardo would fire off his Arts NP and die. And you don't get this. Now, Mandricardo can get this and still get his extra attack and then die. So this made it a lot better. But he's still not the single target of Rash. Because there's no real way to get him below 50% to kill himself without doing, something crazy like basically like scapegoating him or using friggin' Chin Gong on his ass, right? Like, so that's the issue that kind of came in there. What's going to be really good with Tut is Tut's going to have that capacity to basically just do this. I do think the guts being attached to the 3rd skill is going to make it somewhat limiting, because this means that if you want him to actually die in 1 turn, he can. However, he's going to require you to probably not take a guts CE and not use this skill. So that means you're getting rid of 30% of his charge. So now he's only 50% charge. It's not unusable. There's still plenty of scenarios that this could be the case. Particularly if you have his append, that means that, boom, there you go right there. He's now at 70%. So you only need like a Castoria. Castoria overflow will literally just allow him to kill himself. So it's definitely good at that point. But yeah, I do think this is going to be a thing. However, unlike a Rash, unlike Mandricardo, Tut's not a low star. And this is the issue that we run into with Habitrot. Habitrot's a 4-star. So while she can kill herself and rotate the party, it's a 4-star. So sometimes you have party cost constraints. You're going to have even more of that when it's a 5-star that does this. So I do think that's going to be one of the considerations that people will have to really look into. But this kind of goes without saying, and it's why like I didn't put that in the video. You kind of just know if you're using him for that, you're using a 5-star to kill themselves. That's going to be costly. So that is a drawback to him, but it kind of goes without saying. At least the way the skill was before when it killed on one attack, yeah. Because sometimes you want to rotate someone out. Yep. And that's a thing. But like, it's nice. I like units that can do this sort of thing. It's one of the reasons I get to use Habitrot quite a bit. Because otherwise, like, I'm going to default to using somebody more powerful than my Habitrot. But having that capacity to be able to like kill herself, or just to simply be able to go like, hey, without any assistance from anyone else, I can charge to full. That's the other really nice thing that Tut has. Tut is an 80% charger. So even if you're not planning to kill him necessarily, the fact that he can go, hey, I have an append, hey, I have 80% charge, I don't need anybody's help to fire off this first NP. That's nice. That's really good. Not only for farming, but also for CQs. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's plenty of applications for that. His Bond C could have been his third skill. Oh, let me see. I actually didn't look at the Bond C, so I probably should have. And this may be why. Okay, yeah, so they actually do have it, question mark? All right, where'd I put Atlas? Come here, Atlas. Okay, it's already translated to English. Okay, servant name, blah, 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 blah. Only when equipped, grant self gut status one time, HP recovery up 10%, can be stacked with other gut statuses. Yeah, like I said, that's the one thing that I'm really surprised they didn't do with him. I'm really surprised that they did not give him stackable guts. But, you know, maybe there's a future where, you know, bond craft essences end up being a thing, and this is designed with that in mind. So it's entirely possible. Grants all allies a 10% increase when Guts is activated, and grants all allies a 10% increase when self dies. Well, that's actually kind of nice. So it's in that regard, it's similar to God, how do I put this? It's very similar to like the death CE from Bond for St. George, right? Like basically he also can sit there and go like, hey, when I die, I grant my entire party like invuln, right? So it's really, really nice. Yeah, it's like a miniature battle of Camlan. So I do like that. I think this is a at least situationally strong CE. You're not going to take this CE most of the time, but like in a challenge environment, and you can plan around this, yeah, I think that's got some uses. Is Bond C robbed most stackable guts? No, I mean, we've seen this with a couple other units before where they put the stackable variant on their Bond C. I think it's meant to be like as a reward. It potentially means that you could just pop the third skill without having to worry about this, but if you have some other, external source of guts, that can be a thing. So, I saw somebody saying like, hey, you know, like I could combine him basically with like Nightingale. Wait, who else can give the targeted guts? There's like somebody really obvious, and I'm just like drawing a complete blank. Yeah, I mean, Ass Claps one. Obviously, what's her face? Iris Veal. Cats, yeah, Cats has one. Summer Umu has one. But there's somebody else that I'm forgetting. Who is the chat? Like when someone says it, I'll immediately know it. Para has it. Para'd probably be one of the best ones with him. You got a bride? Bride doesn't have targetable guts. I wish. Boudica? Boudica's targetable? Yeah, they did upgrade that, didn't they? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who it was I was thinking of, but there was somebody else I was thinking of. But either way, like you don't have to do it by virtue of a craft essence with Tut, so I think that's strong. Tai Sui? No, it wasn't Tai Sui that I was thinking of. But yeah, we've got the Mystery House Crafters event. Like I said, it's weird. This event gives me Oku vibes. I'm not sure how to feel about that in that regard. Like, if it is Oku, it seems to be a much better done Oku, at least by comparison. But it is like spicy meatball. If it is like Oku. Like, it's one of those deals where it's like, you really just hope that that's not the case. Shez? No, it wasn't Shez. I don't know. Like my brain is trying to rack itself too, because I'm just like, I remembered it, but I don't remember it right now. I still need to come up with a comp too for round 3. Wait. All right, chat, it's summoning time. Ah! Yeah, damn it. I bought everything already. Actually, wait, hold on. Oh, yes, bells. Ah, one summon ticket. Is there another? Any others? Nope. Cursed with 9 summon tickets. Feels bad, man. Cad's favorite blonde AoE Lancer that rides on a horse and has green eyes? No. I swear, Fionn is such a meme at this point because everybody just knows. Everybody knows. Can you Uso Mabe? That's a good question. Can I USO someone right now? I don't remember how many I have. I think I'm like at like 8 or 9. I don't think I have enough yet. Do an easy CQ, it'll be 10. Nah, it's fine. Fine, Cat'll just get Mabe quickly. Yeah, sure. This won't turn into a pity roll session, right? Couldn't be me. couldn't be me at all. Oh, look, it's my favorite character. Man, I wish Mabe could spook. I mean, that's kind of the issue with story locks in general. Story locks may as well be limited, because, like, the only difference between a story lock and a limited is that a story lock is available on the story banner and no one wants to roll the story banner. So, like, if no one wants to roll the story banner, then you treat them as if they were unlimited. You only roll them when they actually have a rate up. Yeah, now I'd win. Pretty much. It's really funny because like I've had instances where I rolled Mabe that I got away with murder. Peaceful, thank you for the 48. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 4 years. Rolling for another copy of Charlemagne and Roland. Good luck. So you should probably not roll for another copy of Roland. Because it'll be Roland and not Charlemagne then. But thank you. Appreciate the resub, my man. I hope you're doing good. I should make it so you can pick a rate up for a story banner. I've said that before too. Like one of the cool things I think they could do is something like that, or they could also just do like, you know, we have like the paidless single. What if you had a single on like story banner? I feel like that would be really, really good, right? Oh, that's not who I was hoping for. Hello, Fion. I'm not even looking at the screen. You can't make me look at the screen. I know it's you. And it was. Yep. Just sometimes, you know. It's Lartoria. It's not Lartoria. I can't get spooked by Lartoria. But yeah, I feel like that should be a thing. Like it would really incentivize people to at least touch the story banner. I could also see a scenario where they had like rotational rate ups for story, where like, you know, like maybe for 1 month it's like, you know, like this is like this pool of units is here, and then the next month this pool of units is here, and they're like, you could get spooked and you could get somebody that's not in that pool, but like those are the ones that are actually on rate up, because that would incentivize you rolling story at certain times of the year, and it would also give you at least an inside track to being able to like kind of get certain units. It would still kind of be a scam, but it would be less of a scam. Story doesn't also have pity, no? No, there's no pity. One of the things I don't like about the pity system, like the way the pity system is currently set up, it's like very difficult to do multi-character banners for them. And that's why you see so many like separate banners now. Where like we've had like what like 9 banners active at one time on JP. And it's because they literally just go like, okay, every unit now has their own banner. Just not every 4-star. 4 stars are like stupid and combined and done on purpose. You know, it would sure suck if I saw a rising mud rain right now. I would really hate that. I would never want that. I'll just stick to actual banners, yeah. No, and I think that's why, right? Like people just in general, the consensus has always been over the years to wait for rate ups. And out of like all the conventional norms, like when I first started playing FGO, I heard these things. And some of them I came to challenge over the years and feel like they were maybe bad advice, or they weren't at the time, but they've become bad advice over the time. Don't roll story has always been good advice. And it will always be good advice unless they make changes. And that is how that is. Okay. Let's buy some Saint Courts. I mean, farm free quests. I got Mabed on her banner, rolling for the Nero on it. Impressive. There we go. Okay, we're done farming free quests already. A ton of single 5-star banners makes them a lot more money on one paid pulls, right? Yeah, in theory. And I think that's the other reason why they do it. It's basically, it's to their benefit to muddy the waters with the 4 stars and separate all the 5 stars. So let's do our paidless single. Surely we couldn't get Mabe off of this. There's no way. And sure enough, we don't. Cat has a secret auto farm? Yes, auto farm. That's what we'll call it. Auto farm is the Transformers name of my wallet. It's like Optimus Prime. It's auto farm credit. Damn, what a meme that is. Yes. Well, he does ride around on things too. Just golems. Credit car, yes. Sadly, they didn't get no money from my burrito mart since I got her from a ticket. Hey, that's the beauty of FGO. Sometimes you get really freaking lucky. Mabe rides on things, yes. Yeah, but so does Avika Braun. I think it was in the Idol event. Mm-hmm. The stream needs a throwing money away emoji. The stream has a throwing money away emoji. I'm just waiting to see if anyone remembers what it is. There it is. AFK has it. Well, yeah, Papega credit too, but like an actual one. Ah, no spark. Chat, I really want there to be like a higher rarity of Boudica. Like, she is one of the like least developed characters. Like, I know she's not like Medea, right? But like, for a new FGO character that had never really been in anything else, they have done Boudica so dirty. Like, Cad, do you want to watch the new Transformers movie? I'm not like the biggest Transformers fan. I could like watch the movies, but like how I've watched them recently is like my buddy Ash really likes them, and so like he streams them and then I watch. Like, I'm not like super picky about content. I'll nitpick it, but like I've told Trubs before, it's like just because I nitpick something doesn't mean I don't like it. I nitpick everything. It's just like, to me, Transformers is like a solid like 7 out of 10. It's like, it's watchable, it's enjoyable. It's just like not my preferred watch, right? Five-star Phantom win? I mean, that would actually be kind of cool, right? Like, if Phantom got the whole like Dante's treatment, where he got that glow up. Ventos would become a whale. He probably would, just for something like that, right? Like, and that's like, I think that's where like stuff like that's actually smart if they do that, right? Like, as opposed to if they don't, that's kind of just throwing an opportunity away. But it's like, you know, going back to Boudica, it's the same thing. It's like Boudica actually has like story that you could develop, and she makes sense to certain other classes too. So it's like, I'm surprised they haven't, but maybe they're holding on to that for some reason. And it's kind of funny because I do know in Ordeal Call 2 they did tease Avenger Boudica at one point. So it's like, you're sitting there and you're like, they know about it. They know. We know. So why aren't they doing it? And at times like that, I just assume it's usually like a Nasu thing. Like Type Moon basically has pumped the brakes on it. Not because they don't want to allow it necessarily, but because like maybe they're holding that idea in reserve for something at a later date, right? Because if you think about it, like, yeah, like having a like, what if you had like another Britain singularity, but it was like Avenger Britain, and it was like, is Boudica, you know, getting revenge on the frickin' Romans, and you like come in from the perspective of the Romans. You gotta like fight Boudica off, and you're like, I didn't sign up for this shit. Like, that would at least be like an entertaining tale. It would be interesting, and you would be like fraught with peril, basically. Another Umu then? Yeah, maybe. I mean, like, Who's to say we couldn't get another Umu, right? Like, BB had 2 summer variants. And then, of course, that would make the Tamamo fans angry, and then they would demand another Tamamo, and the cycle would begin anew. Don't remind me of BB. And then, of course, us Artoria fans would be like, wait, other people can't get multiple forms. If you get multiple forms, then all of our multiple forms need multiple forms. And then, you know, I get to declare that we are Legion and we are many, and that there are just, you know, like 200 Artorias now. And all of this because BB got a second summer form. My wife would be like, what's another form? Your wife would be like, do you remember me? like quite literally, like, do anything. And that's the state that Boudica's in right now. It's like, do you even remember me? I feel sad for Boudica, because Boudica's depiction is always just as like a cook in the kitchen or the One-san. Like she's just the bigger older sister or a cook. Never anything else. Like, she never gets any actual like plot relevance aside from those things. Like, the last time I remember that being a thing, and obviously I haven't read Ordeal Call 2, right? But the last time I remember that being a thing was Summer 2. There is a brief nod to it in Summer 2. And then never again. Like, it's kind of wild. To make a cool looking Boudica. Well, was he the one that, like, when he was making Parvati, he like copied Boudica? I don't know if he did both units, but I do remember that like there was some drama back in the day about that. Estrella Santa might be nice too. The only issue I'd have with Estrella Santa is that Estrella Santa would just feel like female Santa Carna. Because y'all know she would just go around punching shit. At least Emiya is 10 times the character. Emiya, but female. Ah, I see. I mean, artists have done Emiya female. I don't know about, like, other people, but... His only good design is OG Corda? Yeah. Lartori Alteru. Listen, I mean, like, you're preaching to the choir on that one. I try not to talk about Lalter so much because y'all know. Like, I don't need to browbeat you over that. You know I want that. That kind of just goes without saying at this point. That and Super Roma's interlude? Wait, is she in Super Roma's? That I didn't know because I don't have Super Roma on either server, ironically enough. He's one of the, like, most units in the game, I have them on at least one server. There's very few units. He's one of the few that I don't have on either. Doesn't mean I haven't used him, just means that I don't have him. Imagine Santa Liz. I mean, I don't think that's, like, impossible. I do think you might see a Summer Liz some year. And no, I don't mean Carmilla. Do you ever think we'd get the lady from Oku that shared Parvati's body? I would love that. I think that'd be great. I'm never building Murray Land. Viva Lois. I'm joking. But yeah, like that's just a unfortunate spook. Japan Liz is nowhere to be seen. I'm surprised. Like they did enough work to do that. I'm sure they'll haul out Japan Liz at some point because like she was even featured in one of the like the Rio art like freaking April Fool's games. So I'm sure they plan to do her, but I'm surprised that they're like letting her bake as long as they have. Marie was my first SR. I love her so much. In that regard, I probably wish that I had her over Martha, but Martha was a decent one to start out with in the end. A lot of people originally didn't think very highly of her, but she became quite robust over the years, at least due to her upgrades. She's never been like the strongest unit or anything like that. She's just always been very situationally useful. Soon the Avenger one will grace me. Yeah, I mean, that's like... I've never disliked Marie in that regard, like not character-wise at least. I've always liked Marie. Marie's kits early on writer-wise, she was always very tanky, but her damage used to be really crappy. They definitely helped that out, though. Is Marie Alter coming out next year? Yes. Well... whatever Ordeal Call 2 was. Which is now hurting my brain to think about. 2026? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, was Ordeal Call 2 at the beginning of this year, chat? I can't even remember anymore. I take it back, stop coming Roland, just give me Charlemagne. I told you, Peaceful. That's the problem with having a raid up where the 4-star is the same class as the 5-star. You're cursed and all you ever get is the 4-star. It freaking sucks. Did you do the interlude when it was on an A? I might have, but I might not have gone back and read it. Like, usually if it's a temporarily available one, I do it regardless, but whether or not I read it, I'm not sure. And that may have been one of the ones that I like temporarily skipped and said, oh, I'll go back and read this, and then never freaking did. I remember Shisho and Fion's sharing. Oh, Fion is infamous at this point because he has shared with Shisho, Lartoria, Erish Kagal, Mellison. Like, wait, was it Mel? It might not have been Mel. There may have been a different one. But yeah, he shared with like 4 or 5 of the high value, prominent, like everybody's favorite waifu lancers. So it's just one of those where like people are like, oh my fucking god. Like everybody has had the Fion experience at this point. Nobody wants it. Nobody likes it. And therein lies the issue with it. Blonde Lancer. Oh yeah, like that's the meme, right? I once saw a cursed art of Fion where it's Fion's final ascension with him riding on the horse and looking at you, and then like what they had done is they had like basically drawn boobs on him and colored it to Lartoria's clothing. And like it was disturbingly pretty close. So it's like it's such a meme at this point that everybody just knows. Like if you've ever tried to roll within the past like 5 years one of your favorite Lancer waifus, odds are you've run into Fion. He came so late, I already had Summer Melt built when he was useless to me. Yeah, I mean, if you already had like NP5 of Melt, you didn't necessarily need him. The thing that I had to like coach people on for a number of years was like back in the like early days, like right after like Summer Melt had first come out, is like everybody loves Summer Melt. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. But if you got like NP1 of Summer Melt, which some people did, and then like you had NP5 of Fion sitting there, and you're like, oh, but I'm not gonna like invest in my Fion because I love Melt more. I'm like, if you loved Melt more at that point, you should have rolled more of her because your Fion's better. And it's like, I hated having to say that to people, but like, you know, I remember doing like the account reviews and stuff, and it's like, I'm literally staring at this. I'm like, you need to be investing in your Fion. He's actually better, and you will potentially get spooked by more of him. And that's always a tough thing to say when you know the person prefers the other unit. But it is what it is. And that's where like, if someone tells you that and they're like, yeah, well, I'll get more of her in the future, and it's like, okay, that's fine, as long as you have plans to do so. But if you don't plan to do so, you're gonna have issues, right? Yirishkigal, my waifu, indeed. NP1 Melt still usable. NP1 Melt's pretty infamously bad on damage. I wish you could block or ban a unit from coming in your rolls. I mean, it wouldn't matter. You would block one and then another unit would just start spooking you, and you would get equally pissed about that. Like, it's where I just choose to view it as like, if I keep getting spooked by a unit, like, yeah, it can be bad, I can get angry, but like, at least that unit's either making that unit more powerful up to NP5, or that unit is turning into a rare prism or a USO. So it's feeding me at some point. Like, it sucks that that's the case, but at least it'll be useful in another way. FGO could make a wish list mechanic for spooks. It has too many units at this point. I do agree with something like that. I feel like that would probably be a good solution for it, but I'm not sure the devs want to, because the devs probably are thinking along the lines of, yeah, well, we have all these units, but that's kind of what makes your account unique. And I don't think they're wrong to think that. Like, I think ultimately frustrations with the gacha, is this it? Frustrations with the gacha boil down to like, damn, I fucking called that from the first frame. I called that shit from the first frame, chat. There was a tiny stutter with how that... Okay, I was about to be like, holy crap, is that two of them? Hi, Fion. Yeah, thank you. And I'm waving to you too. Here, yeah, hi, yeah. Fion's like, you mentioned me? But yeah, like, I feel like in that regard, it is nice. Like there are people that will like legitimately never see certain units in the game. And I know that, like, that upsets them, but also at the same time, it's like, that's what makes your account yours, and that's what makes somebody else's account theirs. Like, even though I'm a whale, even though I spend a lot of money on this game, I don't have every unit in the game. There are some units I just choose not to roll on. Why? They're not worth the money to me. Could I get them? Yeah. Would it cost me that much more money? Probably not. But I don't want to. And it just is how it is. Like, it's that simple from my perspective. So in that regard, that's why I choose to basically, you know, like, go, hey, I'm not going after this. Because it's a unit that I don't need, and it's a unit that I don't care for. We have a nice confluence that allows me to just not roll and save money. Speak his name, yes. Time for infinite Janako spooks. Listen, I can say this now that I'm done rolling, but yeah, I'm surprised I still have not gotten spooked by Janako. That has, like, been a thing, right? Like, it's kind of nuts that I haven't gotten one at this point. But you're not going to hear me complain. I have a Janako on my JP account. I do think the devs have made her better. I think she's in a better spot than she used to be. She's not gutter trash. She's now just like a weak, like a weak moon cancer for damage, but still okay in challenge environments. Whereas before, she wasn't like either of those. Like minus the buffs that she's gotten, she was in a very terrible state to the point that like I basically just did not desire to ever take her to anything. Now I have taken her to certain nodes a couple of times. Been useful in a number of CQs for me. No, I disagree with that. Are you telling me that you could not have used somebody other than Janako? Right? Like that's the only reason why I'm countering that. And to a degree, we can say this for a lot of units in the game. The thing with Janako is, like, comparatively, she does not stand out. Like, every single thing that Janako is potentially good at, somebody else is either better than her in her class or in that niche. And that's the issue I have with Janako. They have not given Janako enough of an identity as what she is. Don't get me wrong, like I said, the buffs for her have been better. And in that regard, I don't hold her in nearly as poor of an opinion as I used to. But I still counter like, oh, just because you found a use for her does not mean, oh, she's this perfectly fine unit and she's great and everybody like, you know, like, oh yeah, I'm just going to constantly take my Janako. No. Finding a use for a unit is relatively easy to do. I can literally like just go walk up and be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to take my Caligula into this node and crit it to death. Does that mean Caligula is a good unit? I mean, I guess it means he's usable, but it doesn't make him good. Like, and I don't think the game necessarily has to be about like, is the unit good or not? It's just a case of like, yeah, no, I think that just means the unit maybe needs some help. And does Caligula need help? Yes, absolutely. Caligula's got to get something at some point, but he's not even the bottom of the barrel at this point. We all know certain candidates that would fit that, right? That's a lot. Yeah, but that's only after her buffs, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. The buffs have put her in a better spot. Before those buffs, she didn't have that. What I mean is when I encounter lawful enemies, then she stands out. Does she? Because you know who's going to deal more damage to lawful enemies? You know. I know you know. That's why I said earlier. Yeah, it's like I'm saying, like, to me, everything that she does, she gets outpaced at this point. Also, wait, why did oh, because it's set to one enemy. Ugh. Get that off. There we go. Yeah. Like, it's literally like the current reason that so many people are using Oberon right now in the 90++. Is like Oberon does that. So like my issues with Janako is Janako feels like a jack of many trades. I'm not going to say all, but she's jack of many trades, but she is not a master of any of them, right? Like, and that's my issue with her. There's nothing like bad about that though. Like you can be a flex unit in that regard and it doesn't make you bad. However, we do live in a game where niches are dominant in most cases. And the few times that the niche isn't dominant, it's not because the niches are bad. It's because they super buffed one unit. You buff Oberon with Janako? I mean, you could potentially do that. Technically, Coin of Light is a buffer, but is supposed to be a DPS as well. Yeah. I mean, but I'm not going to sit there and say that, like, Coin of Light is a bad damage dealer. She's not. She's a good damage dealer. Right? Like, I feel like Coin of Light is somebody that, like, She's not necessarily going to be the strongest AoE assassin out there, but she's competitive with the strongest. And I think that's like really all that matters. Like in a game that is decided by basically pixels, we can sit here and say like, look, when unit A does 100,000 damage and unit B does 90,000 damage, these two units are fine. But unit C doing 70,000 damage, this gets a little like, okay, is this unit getting left behind? Why is this unit so far behind the rest of the pack? Right? Like, they're doing 70% of the top dog. They're doing, you know, kind of 70% at that point of the other one as well. So like that's the issue I have with these sorts of problems, right? Basically never used my Saga Behemoth. I'm gonna say that's a you issue though. Because I think they're actually pretty darn similar. I think Osaka Behime and Janako are very similar in the fact that you can use them. Neither is the best at anything they do. They are very usable, but the majority of the time you're not going to use them because neither one is very meta, right? Mr. Fox, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We actually just got done rolling. I rolled for an additional copy of The Thought of Mabe here on NA. And, of course, I have craft essence issues. But how was stream, buddy? What were you guys up to? Doing more Lotto farm, or were you playing something else today? Ah, HSR. I wish there was an SSR Asterios. Asterios is one of those units that, like, I feel like he's popular with just about everybody, but kind of in the same way as, like, Boudica. It's like he's at least Asterios has gotten some limelight at times, but yeah, it feels like he's never really, like, gotten his just desserts. I think as a buffer of DPS, she's in a good spot. Okay, but would you say that Osaka Beheme's not? And like that's why I'm saying, like, I feel like you're viewing one negatively more than the other. Did Cad see his new animations? Oh, Fluffy? I heard he got them. I have not seen them. But I heard he got all new animations and a like NP animation update as well. Want to continue CCC, but my co-host was asleep today. I see. That's all good. I need to get back to doing the Fate VN because I like I don't know what it is about that VN. I swear it's because I already know the story that's half my issue for why I can't get through it. And the other half is like literally just because I'll sit there and I'll read the entire time out loud, so that puts a huge strain on my voice. How many hits does enemy have? If it's a single hit buster, he's cooked. Yeah. Be playing Elden Ring for the first time. Oh, nice. Elden Ring is a blast, especially if you've played any of their Soul-likes, which I feel like I remember you saying you've at least played Bloodborne, right? Oh my god, what am I doing? Probably need to burn some of these, but I'm back below the CE cap, so let's go. But no, I guess the point that I'm trying to make here is at least with regards to that, and I'll drop it after this, but it's that between a unit like Janako and a unit like Osaka Behime, both can kind of be used to that degree as this like alternative buffer. Like Osaka Beheme's got that defense down. She's also got buff strip. She's also got the capacity if she can get to her NP to be able to buff even more. So I do agree she's clunky, but I feel like that same capacity is there. If all your look made mistakes with how they've chosen to go about them. Is not a small feat. Yeah, but I mean, it's a power mod. It's not like we're talking super effective damage. I just realized I was about to make a dumb. There we go. Took the right person, the wrong unit. First Elden Ring playthrough is something special, man. I miss it. It really is. Like, I don't want to spoil anything, especially if you're going in completely blind. I think there is some like enjoyment there in getting to experience things. I often have to like yell at people in like VIP if we get someone new playing one of the Souls games, because everybody wants to backseat because everyone's so excited, and I'm like, you need to let them experience it. Like, if you tell people everything about a game and they don't get to experience any of the hardship, they don't get the authentic Souls experience. Like, half of Souls is figuring out what works. And it's like, you might sit there. Some players will throw themselves into a fight over and over and over and over again, like until they master the movement pattern. Other players will be like, all right, I will be a chameleon. I will literally just adjust to the fight. I will find something that works. So it really just depends on the type of player. Can't 3-turn, but I can at least 10-turn the plus plus. That's probably not worth it at that point, Maz. Like, if you can step down and you can do the 90 plus easier, I would recommend that rather than 10-turning the plus plus. Usually the only time I'd recommend doing something like a 10-turn of a plus plus is if you know you only have a limited number of refills. Then it's like, okay, like, I'm just going to try to be as efficient with the limited AP that I have for this. It's like my first playthrough of Hollow Knight and Bloodborne. I can't make myself play Hollow Knight. Like, people tell me it's great, but Hollow Knight is one of those where I feel like the aesthetic just bothers me, and I'm not sure why. Like, I'm not saying it's like ugly. It's just like, I don't know that I care for it. Does it bug you? Yeah, it bugs me. Har har. Bash my head against the wall till it works. I'm the same way. When I was playing Dark Souls 3, I threw myself at Pontus like, oh god, it had to be like 200 attempts. It was awful. Sorry, not Pontus, Pontiff. Oh, I rage at Souls games. Aha! We got it. We got the low roll. Here's a 4-turn. It do happen. Hollow Knight's my favorite game of all time, made by 5 people, including the composer. Yeah, I know, like, people are really, like, going unhinged at this point because they haven't announced Silksaw. Like, I at least like pay attention to these things and talk with people about it, even if like I haven't played the game myself. They do so much for such a simple art style. Yeah, like I said, I'm not calling it ugly. It's if there's any game where I feel like the art style is just ugly and kind of gross to me, it's Binding of Isaac, and that's another like really popular one, and I'm like, that one I'm like, no, that one just disgusts me. And it's part of the reason why is because like that one is built around like gore, basically. Return almost turned into a mini CQ. Oh yeah, especially if you're using like a Buster comp and you Oberon brick, that's definitely a thing. Punt is the one that teaches you parry timings in Dark Souls. What's parry? Mama didn't teach me to parry. It's just the 4 Ds of dodgeball. Dip, dive, duck, and dodge. I think the boss I died to most is either Grail or the last boss from Elden Ring DLC. So this is really funny. I've played Elden Ring 3 for like, God, let me see. Sorry, not Elden Ring, Dark Souls 3. God, did I just create a new game? Yeah, I've played Dark Souls 3 for like over 200 hours. And I've never finished the Ring City DLC. And that's gotta be like 5 or 6 playthroughs at least. Like, and I've never finished that DLC. And the reason I've never finished that DLC is usually it's not like I can't do it, but usually by the time I get to Ring City, I have fought so many things that I'm just like tired of the game. It's kind of funny. Like, for some reason, it always happens to me in Ring City where I just go like, I'm good. I've had my fill. Which I guess at that point, it's like, it's at least like the perfect length of game. Then it's like, I get to eat right up until the point that I'm full. And where I end up like I think it may just be like Mimir is the only one, or sorry, Midir is the only one I actually haven't done. And I think that's just purely because, like I said, I just like, I don't even get to him. I end before I do. Elden Ring 2 and Elden Ring 3. Oh, no, they skipped 2. Had to practice parrying for him when I was a bit speedrunning into DS3. So, how I got past Pontiff, one of the times, like I said, the 200 attempt time, I fucking perfect dodged that, man. That took forever. It was awful. The next time, I died to him like 20 times, and I was like, I'm not doing this again. And the next time, I was like, all right, this should work. And I threw on, I think it was a fire shield, and basically just tanked half of his hits. The other half I dodged. And so like when I did that, it ended up just like trivializing his damage. And then I just like absolutely pounded him into the dirt right after I did that. I think the next attempt that I used the shield, I died. And then the attempt right after that, I slaughtered him. It wasn't even close. And I was just like, oh my God. So that's what I mean when like sometimes how you like kit yourself out for the fight just matters way more, right? Like it's kind of like Armored Core, where it's like if you go with a certain mech build, you're really going to struggle on a fight. And then if you switch the build, all of a sudden the fight's easy. It's the same thing in Dark Souls and to an extent Elden Ring. That dragon is crazy to fight. Yeah, I always hear such hilarious things about Midir, but as somebody that's never fought him myself, what always sticks in my mind is seeing somebody kill him at soul level 1 with a fucking torch. So it's like, I've never fought it, so I've never had to experience it. Everyone tells me it's insane, but like one of the few clears of him I've actually seen is a naked dude at the base level with a torch beating it slowly to death. So just, it is what it is. Miracle only was my first punt if it sucked. Yeah, I've talked about that before. One of the things I feel like FromSoft could do a better job of is like basically and this is something that will salt me to no end. I've had to like yell at some of my friends about this because they're like, oh, you're doing a gimmick build. And I'm like, okay, what's the difference between a gimmick build and a non-gimmick build, chat? Because, like, I have literally unironically been accused of being a gimmick build by people that are just running dual greatswords. And I'm like, that's a gimmick build. So it's like, I don't really want to hear it. Everything's a fucking gimmick in the game based off that standard. But no, I think that they should do a better job of like balancing all of their weapons. Because again, like where that came up recently for me was like playing Elden Ring and then like trying to do the ranged build, and everyone's like, okay, like that's a gimmick build, and I'm like, then why the fuck are bows in the game, right? Like, if you can't play a bow build, why are bows in the game? And it's like, you can, it's just extremely tough and annoying. And how most people do it is they hyper stack like buffs to be able to like, you know, actually one shot the boss so they don't have to deal with it. And I'm like, or you could just make bows viable and then that would not be a thing, right? Like, same thing with other things like again, like Miracle Only. It's like, depending on the game that you're playing, miracles are either really good or like really bad. And that's kind of the problem that you run into, is like, maybe you're just somebody that's like a fan of like holy builds and stuff like that. And it's like, how would you feel if all of a sudden, like, you walked into the game, like Elden Ring 2 comes out, you're a huge fan of pyromancy, and like pyromancy is just shit in that game. Like, it doesn't leave you with a good taste in your mouth, right? Like, or the same thing, like, what happens if you're like the big Oonga Booga greatsword user and greatswords are just terrible? Like, this is kind of why I say, like, they need to do a better job of like balancing across the board. I'm not saying like damage has to be the same on each one, but I am saying like they need to find some way of like making them more viable. She's 102 and halfway to 2K. Okay. But Cody, that's probably still not stronger than just having NP2. And like, I'm not saying this to like burst your bubble so much as like give you a little bit of perspective, just so that you're aware, like, it will help. It'll do more damage than an MP1, but don't expect like world breaking things from it, right? That's why I hate the general fan base for FromSoft games. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, there was a lot of discussion about that the last time, and like I've even gotten into it with people on the channel. I've, you know, at this point, I've played all the Souls games, like all of them. I've played Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Elden Ring. Right? Did I miss one, chat? Did I forget one? I feel like I forgot one. Anyways, so like, I've basically played them all. Doesn't mean I've done everything in every single one. Like, for instance, I haven't actually beaten Sekiro. I know that's, everyone's gonna like scream at me over that one. But I'm definitely somebody that's well versed in the games. So it's like, usually how I approach them is like, I know there are certain things that are really good that they do in those games, and there are certain things where I go like, they really fucked this one up, right? Like they didn't do this, or like they purposely made this hard for this reason, that sort of thing. So it's like, I usually come at it from the perspective of somebody that's played everything versus like somebody that's like, oh, well, I played Dark Souls 3. And I'm like, cool, you played Dark Souls 3. I've played all the games before that too. So like, I know their original methodology and how they were thinking about the content, right? And it was actually really funny because like, with regards to that, I hadn't originally played Demon Souls, and it was only when the Demon Souls remaster came out that I went back and played it. And it was fun, but I was disappointed in it as a Souls veteran, because I went back to it and I went like, wait, this is incredibly easy. Like the hardest thing in Demon Souls is the swamp. It's harder than any of the bosses. And it's not hard. Like, none of the bosses in that game are actually hard if you've played any of the other Souls games. Because you've seen all of their gimmicks before, and they're almost to a fight, a gimmick fight. Like, none of them are like really that performative. Most of them are just like, hey, once you know the gimmick, you can beat this. Yeah, she's got it. Okay, as long as you're confident in it. I don't know what you're going to be trying to do with it in P1 Mel, though. Like, if you're using, like, damage C or something, you'll probably still be fine, no matter what you're doing. Didn't play Code Vein? Actually, I didn't play Code Vein very much. I did not much care for Code Vein. Got to compensate for damage somewhere? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Code Vein's character creation? Yeah, so, here, chat. Let's look at this again. How many hours have I played? You want to guess how many of those hours are in character creation? $3.2? Yeah, probably. No, I like character creation is probably like an hour, but yeah, I don't know. Code Vein, I don't remember much about it. I just remember feeling like it was like simultaneously more like stiff and floaty than Souls was. Like, and part of that's just like Souls bias, right? Like where you play it all the time. And therefore, like, it's what you're used to. But the other part of that is, like, if you're going to throw an action game in front of me, I demand that game, like, be snappy. Like, it needs to... There needs to not be input delay. Like, I need to be able to, like, when I press the button, the character does the thing. And so that's something that, like, I will feel very... Like, if I can sense... any amount of like delay and stuff, I will be like, I'm gonna die because of this. No buff lady? I mean, you might be able to do that with like mods nowadays. Like that's the one beauty about playing things on PC is like usually given enough time, mods solve every problem. Or at least most of them. And that's definitely one of the things I will always prefer about PC gaming. If they ever find some way of killing mods, what? Okay, that's twice now that's happened. I need to stop taking these in. Oh no, wait, no, never mind. This one's on me. Chat, you guys get a gift sub. This is absolutely a fault of my own. I fucked up this one because I used Squirtoria's skills before Oberon was in the party. So it's 100% my fault. DJ, enjoy the gift sub. And enjoy my suffering. Mini CQ go? No, like my scuffs are like, okay, it's a 4 turn. Like I don't have to worry about it too much. Last round I scuffed and took Kama instead of Koyan. That was fun. I I don't remember what I did. It was something similar to that. Like I took the wrong unit and I still managed to 3-turn. Oh no, it was this round. So I took, instead of Oberon, a absolutely jacked up Summer Scotty. And interestingly enough, Summer Scotty also anti-lawful. And due to pure bullshit luck and card RNG, I managed the 3-turn. And I was like, I couldn't do that again if I tried. So I was like, I better slow down with my choice and make sure that I don't accidentally take the wrong one. Because, like, half of this comp is just my Squirtoria running through things. But the other half is like, yeah, I do actually need enough AoE damage in the third wave. The Ishtar comp, when I don't kill, Bradamante is the one that survives. So she just kills Ishtar instantly. Oh, yeah. Well, especially because, like, if you're doing an Oberon comp, you have the taunt on her. Oh, Woo! I almost, while thinking about doing that, chat, you almost got another gift sub. I almost bricked my Squirtoria, and that would be bad. I have not done that yet. Out of all the mistakes I have made in this node, I have not bricked my Squirtoria. So that would be really bad. I would not want to do that. 3-turn 90 plus with 3 DPS. This node is whack. Oh yeah, I mean, like, you're gonna start to see some really crazy comps in the future because they're, especially, I feel like the devs got really criticized for this one. Like I said, I remember the app media guide section for this node had people screaming at other people because they were like, don't you dare link me. Oh my god, wow, what is with these low rolls? They said, don't you dare link me a comp that requires 120. And I agree with them, right? Like, if your comp requires NP5 120 of a unit, it's not really a comp. Like, yeah, certainly you can do it. Most other people can't. And that was the problem, is like the only people that like JP was figuring out at first was like, oh, well, I can do this if I have my NP5 120 like Oberon. And it's like, oh, okay. And it's like now with more like, time to bake on those comps and basically sitting down and mathing it out, we've come up with better comps for this. But like, oh my god, yeah. So I think like the devs got in a huge like kind of corner there as like they realized everyone was pissed about it, and they were like, okay, we need to like not do that again. And since then there have been a couple like really tough 90 plus pluses, but it did feel like they toned down the health some a little bit, and their unit selection was better. Like, they didn't pull the Charlemagne again on us, where it was like, oh, this unit is actually just hard counter to like most of your possible solutions, right? Like, part of that was just a sort of like unique problem with this. The other part of that was like, yeah, again, the devs purposely chosen to put him on that banner. So I think they wanted to make it hard, and then they kind of bit off more than they could chew. Yeah, see, that's not a good one. Brandon got me. I think I can 3-turn this node, but I just need a friend Squirtoria. Yeah, that could be a thing. If you have like a damage C Squirtoria, you can probably do it at just like NP1. But it definitely depends on like what supports you're taking and stuff. Like part of what I'm doing here that seems easy but is actually quite spicy is my Squirtoria is full refunding on turn 2. and that's because I'm utilizing Proto Merlin. Now, you might think you guys can do that, but like I asked Avalon to run this because I figured out this comp from trial and error on my end, and Avalon confirmed it's like, no, I'm apparently like the only person that can do this. Like, you have to have my Squirtoria for this to work. Because everybody else, it will literally, like I get 101% refund off of this. Everybody else will get like 97. Now, you might be able to like pre-card it some, but that's spicy and I don't recommend it. Only your Squirtoria has enough overkill to get that. Yeah, exactly. And you can see, again, like, it's exactly at 101. So I have 2% refund to spare. And that's because I get one more hit of overkill. Almost everybody else will get one less hit of overkill, and it won't work. Now, you can get a Squirtoria to full refund on that wave, but it probably requires you to run like double Castoria at that point. Everyone else needs to have like an average damage roll for the refund. Yeah. It's 98 unless you card early. Yeah, I've had times like that where like my unit was just on the cusp. But that's why like it's good to understand how refund works and like the corners that you can cut to squeeze out more, right? Because like you're seeing Yoda, like, if, oh my god, dude, I haven't had this happen on stream in like a day at least, and now it's happened like 4 times in a row. It's wild. Do y'all not have like foes on your Oberons? Is that what it is? I'm actually beginning to wonder. +2? No, that one wasn't my fault. That one was just the Oberon literally lowballed. It's not a me mistake. It's a the game's RNG be bad. I didn't take a wrong Oberon, at least as far as I can tell, and I didn't mess up the comp in any way. The other difficulty with something like this, so like for instance, let's say that I know that that there's a potential chance of me lowballing that Bradamante. I can't pre-card it. Like, I can't post-card it because Oberon himself is gonna invuln it, but I can't pre-card it either. Because if I pre-card Bradamante, then my Squirtoria NP goes into Bradamante. So I just have to accept the 4-turn if that happens. There's literally nothing I can do. Did the foes fix Oberon's weak carding? No, just his MP damage. I did relog if you need them. Thank you, Bernie. Do you guys not have phones? Ken said the thing. No, I just like I was wondering because it's like, oh, it's happened so many times here. It's like, I wonder if people didn't actually foe the unit, right? Like, because that is a thing. Not everybody has every unit foed, and I don't normally like check for that sort of thing. But it can be a thing where it's like, yeah, you know, if your unit is lacking 1,000 extra attack, that's gonna impact the NP damage. Renamonte's asking to be pre-carded right in front of my friend. No, it's fine. I did it once myself. Like, one of the first times in a note, I was like, oh, well, Bradamante can sometimes be a low roll, so I'll just pre-card. And I was like, oh. And then that made the run take like 6 or 7 turns. And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that again. It's like, I'll take the 4-turn if it happens. I went through 10 Oberons in my friends list. It was like 6-3 between 1k foed and not foed at all. Well, like, for instance, you see there's a ton of people that don't have the mana loading unlocked on your Oberon. And Oberon, like, it's not imperative that you do, but there is a good reason to have it on Oberon, because if you have the mana loading on Oberon, you can literally do, like, double Oberon Koyanskaya, and that's a comp. I'm not talking about a support situation. Those 3 units are a comp in and of themselves. They can full charge each other. So, like, there is a reason to have that. if you're going to need to damage with Oberon as well, it's good to have it. And that's exactly the scenario that I'm in right now. Double Kayami Oberon, yeah. Yeah, there's quite a few mixes of that. At least on my list, from what I can tell, Oberons are FO'd and have their append. Yeah, not on mine. There's plenty of like NP1s, and see, that's like, I have an extra restriction. I saw someone commented, I think on the YouTube side for my last stream about like, oh, well, you know, I'm just, you know, using this comp and I don't need an NP2 Oberon. I'm like, you're right. I'm 6-slotting though, and I'm not having to use my own Oberon. There's a benefit to that. So it's like, could I make this easier and just use my own? Yeah, my own is a guaranteed clear. But that would require me to bond him. And then he might hit bond 15 even faster. Whereas right now, there's 2 units here that I'm bonding. Well, 3 technically, because my Castoria is here, but Castoria is kind of unavailable or unavoidable on this node for me right now. But yeah, it's like Castoria, Squirtoria, which she's a single target damage dealer, so I can absolutely use her a ton and not worry about bonding her out. And then Proto Merlin. And my Proto Merlin's still very new. So like I have a lot of like benefit still from someone like Proto Merlin. I'm here 6-slotting the 90 plus with Shufu. Yeah, and that's like part of the only reason that I'm doing this is because I can 6-slot it. If I couldn't 6-slot it, I would be down in the 90 plus. And that's the truth of the matter, right? Because I could 6-slot the 90 plus guaranteeably. But like I said, the comparison is normally 6-slot 90 plus versus 5-slot 90 plus plus. So if you can 6-slot the 90 plus plus, you're doing something you're not supposed to be able to do. And I think the devs did that on purpose. It is a interesting design choice, and I think it does sort of reward whales, but I don't really like that it does, like for balance reasons for the game. I feel like FGO should always be more accessible to the more free-to-play variants, and that there shouldn't be a true efficiency increase to people that don't, right? Like, if you're somebody that whales and you're somebody that doesn't, because you're a whale, you're already going to have like all the bells and whistles. That's already your advantage, is you basically can check every box that the free-to-play can't. So to me, you should be held at least to the same like node standard as them. Because you're already going to have better comps than they are. I miss it? Yeah. We're in the midst of the really bad node on NA. But thankfully, I think like literally in about 24 hours, we should be getting round 3 finally, and that'll at least make things a little bit easier. At the expense of carding the middle wave with Arjuna Altar and Summer BB, not worth it. Yeah, especially because generally like how a Summer BB comp is going to work is you have about a 50-50 of you get the right cards on turn 1 and you can card lock them. Or you don't. And if you don't, you need to kind of just delay a turn. Otherwise, you run the risk of like the comp like really falling apart. So that's kind of the issue with card RNG comps, is if they're actually dependent on which cards you get, you run into problems. I screwed up the comp. Help. I can't. You're on your own. I'm using Ishtar NP5 to 6C. I got lucky 122. Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably NP5 and Grail. I don't know if it's 120, but it probably requires like a level 100 if I had to bet. Like Ishtar's strong. The issue for Ishtar is, again, as chat's denoted, it's like it's gonna be Bradamante. It's not gonna be Charlie necessarily. Starting to consider 120 Draco and Tiamat just to help me through this type of node. Kind of salty. You don't need to. And I really do mean that, chat. Like, if you can't 6-slot this node, don't feel bad. Why? It's not worth it. You shouldn't wail just to be able to increase your efficiency like that. Because, like, again, like I said, the game is designed around this. Okay? This is what the game is designed around. So if you can do this, you're like way far ahead of these other two. Like, this is not normal. Right? That's why I tell you guys, it's like, is it good? Yeah, it's great if you can do it. It's not really worth it, though, to try and aim for it. You're going to have to spend a lot of money to be able to get that. So I would focus on these two. And, okay, so this is an interesting thing. You can go look at Earn spreadsheet. You can go look at Avalon spreadsheet. Both of them will tell you, chat, as of this current event, this is not always true, but as of this current event, 5-slotting the 90 plus is actually a little bit better than 6-slotting the 90 plus in this event. So throw on your damage sheet. Shit on this node. And yeah, it does change. There's other events where it's better to 6-slot the 90 plus. I don't know why that is. It's just the efficiency differential. And I'll at least say this. It's kind of good that there is a difference rather than it's just always the 90 plus that's better. So I get +9 per drop. Oh, you're pretty much the same as me. I'm also at +3 MLB, and I can't do anything about that. But okay, chat, we're gonna end stream. Let me see who all's on. I see Miss Ivy. We're gonna go give her a raid. And again, I should be back tomorrow. And I will see you guys for the next one. Hope you guys had a good evening. Hope you guys enjoyed the rolls. Feel sorry for the people that bailed the second I finished the analysis, but I actually don't feel sorry for them. They missed out, and that sucks for them. But again, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for those of you that stuck around to the end of stream. Go give Ivy my love, and I'll be back tomorrow.